I will deal with my opening remarks when you tell me the recording has started. Yep.
Councillor Adams, I've started the recording.
Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the members of committee, officers, and excuse me, members of the public. I will very quickly deal with the housekeeping. Excuse me, with the housekeeping part of it. We're still in challenging times with COVID, etc., and I've no doubt this meeting will be challenging as well. And I do ask the members of the public and the members of the committee to respect where we are and for our deliberations to proceed in an orderly and professional manner. And I'm sure we have done in the past, and we will do on this one at this meeting. Could I ask all devices not being used to be either turned off or put on silent, please? And members of the committee and of the public may find it helpful to have their devices connected to the main electricity supply to avoid losing connection to this meeting. It would be helpful if landlines are situated so that if they do ring, they are muted, and if you have pets that they are not able to access the room you're working in, and that other household distractions are kept to a minimum. Members will take a short break after each application, and if the meeting does go on after lunch, there'll be a short lunch break of either 30 or 45 minutes, depending on where we are. I remind everyone that the members of the committee have control of their own microphones, so please remember to turn them on when you start speaking and turn them off when you finish. Joe has control of the mechanism for turning off the microphones for public speakers. Please may I ask any committee members and members of the public have their cameras turned on when they are speaking, and speakers will be advised when they have 30 seconds left and when their time is up. The chat function in Skype for Business is only for the use of the planning committee members who want to indicate that they would like to speak. And please, members of the committee, don't use the chat box as a means of discussing anything on the agenda or anything applicable to an application. Please just use the word speak. Any members of the public or other members should not use the chat function, and if they do, they will be asked to stop once, and if they continue to use it, regretfully, I will have to have them removed from the meeting. Please be aware that you could disconnect yourself if you inadvertently press any of the buttons on your device. There is IT support during the whole of the meeting should it be needed. And if a member or members do get disconnected for more than a few seconds, I will refer members and the public to 16.2 of the published protocol, adjournment of a meeting. May I remind everyone that the meeting is recorded. My name is Bob Adams. I'm chairman of the planning committee, and I'm sitting here with Joe Toomey, head of governance in the council office, and between us we will manage the meeting. We also have our head of planning, Wilf Richards, with us, and also Mandy Braithwaite from the legal side, and Debbie Muse. So we'll now start the meeting with a roll call of members present and officers and those members of the public who have registered to speak. And I'll pass that over to Joe or Debbie. I'm not sure who is doing this one. When your name is called out, please just respond with the word present.
Naomi will be calling members, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Okay, Naomi, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Okay, I'll start with councillors. Councillor Bob Adams.
Present.
Councillor Judy Smith.
Present.
Councillor David Bellamy.
Present.
Councillor Harish Bisnath Singh.
Present.
Councillor Louise Clack.
Present.
Councillor John Cottier.
Present.
Councillor Phil Dilks.
Present.
Councillor Mike Exton.
Present.
Councillor Rosemary Cabery-Brown.
Present.
Councillor Penny Milnes.
Present.
Councillor Robert Reid.
Present.
Councillor Ian Selby.
Present.
And Councillor Jackie Smith.
Present.
Thank you. So all members are present. I'll now move on to officers. Will Richards,
Present.
Phil Jordan,
Present.
Reddy Nanamili,
Present.
Chris Brown,
Present.
Miranda Beavers. Miranda, are you in the meeting? We'll come back to Miranda, I'll move on. Peter Lifford
Present.
and Mandy Braithwaite.
Present.
Now I'll move on to the public speakers. I've got Councillor Sue Woolley,
Present.
Nicholas Walker,
Present.
Hannah Guy,
Present.
Rebecca Rutter,
Present.
George Mander
Present.
and Greg Steen.
Present.
Thank you. I can confirm that the meeting is quorate, Mr. Chairman. And we'll follow up on Miranda Beavers.
Thank you, Naomi. Just for transparency and clarity, members of the Planning Committee are now asked to contact the case officer with questions relating to clarification or explanation of the content or details within the report. And I would like to thank members at this stage for their due diligence in this regard. The case officer will refer to the questions asked and respond to them in his verbal presentation. Members may wish to make note of the responses because they will have the opportunity after the presentation to ask, and I will ask if all their points have been answered in the officer's report. And this procedure complies with the published protocols. And I would like to thank members of the public who take the time and trouble to write to us with regard to applications before us for determination. I can assure all members of the public that they have received serious scrutiny and will be taken into consideration in our deliberations. So that deals with all the housekeeping. So I'll now move on to the formal part of the agenda. And item 1, register of attendance. Any member has any item on the agenda with which they... we've done the register. Disclosure of interest. Item 2, any member got anything to disclose other than that in his declaration of interest applicable to any item on this agenda?
Chairman, I have indicated to you that I have a pecuniary interest in one item.
And you have mentioned that you will tell me when you leave the meeting, Jackie, and we won't start that item on the agenda until you have left the meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have a...
Mr. Chairman, in the interest of clarity, please can Councillor Smith just confirm which item it is?
Did you hear that, Jackie? Which item on the agenda, please? Jackie? Okay. Jackie Smith, can you hear me?
Yes, I've just put my microphone on. It's application S20 oblique 0036.
Thank you, Jackie. That's construction of the Aldi food store. Thank you for that, Jackie. I have a declaration in that is not a pecuniary. It is a sort of semi-personal one. My daughter is an employee of the Aldi company. She is the buying officer for fashion, etc. So she got that appointment in the last 2 or 3 weeks. Any other declarations of interest that need to be recorded, please? Okay, we'll move on then to item 3, minutes of the meeting held on the 8th of July. These have been circulated. We will approve them for accuracy only. Does anybody have any queries on the accuracy of the minutes, please? Are you all content that I propose them as a correct record?
I'll second, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I think we need to formally vote, Joe, do we? Yes, so Naomi will go through the alphabetical list of names to record the vote that we approve the minutes. Naomi?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Councillor Bob Adams.
4.
Councillor Judy Smith.
4.
Councillor David Bellamy.
4.
Councillor Harish Bisnal Singh.
4.
Councillor Louise Clack.
4.
Councillor John Cottier.
4.
Councillor Phil Dilks.
4.
Councillor Mike Exton.
4.
Councillor Rosemary Cabery Brown.
4.
Councillor Penny Milnes.
4.
Councillor Robert Reid.
4.
Councillor Ian Selby.
4.
And Councillor Jackie Smith.
4.
I can confirm that those minutes have been approved, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Naomi. So we'll now move on to the item 4 on the agenda. And just for transparency and for the members of the public, late papers were issued on around about tea time on Monday to members of the Planning Committee. There was an IT glitch and some members have not received these late papers. So if a member calls for an adjournment so that they can read and absorb those late papers, please let me know and we will have a short adjournment of the item in question so that members can consider the late papers. So we'll move on to planning item S190740, which is in the hands of Phil Jordan. And Phil, we do know that you took this one on at a very late stage, and I think you're probably the third or fourth officer to look at this application. So we do thank you for taking it on, and it's not going to be an easy one, but over to you, Phil.
Thank you, Chairman. Good morning, members. Sorry to start with a bit of a glitch, but I'm just clicking on the button for sharing and uploading the presentation, and it's not allowing me to upload the presentation. I'm not sure how we want to.
If you just try again now, Phil, I've just changed your status so that you're a presenter, so you should be able to share.
That looks better, thank you. Just bear with me while the presentation uploads. Just while the presentation uploads, I'll just confirm this first application is S190740. The site is land at Bourne Road, Morton, and the proposals for the construction of 22 dwellings and associated infrastructure. All of the 22 dwellings would be entry-level affordable housing units. Presentation's continuing to upload, so just while it's uploading I can run through the additional items and the sort of the introduction to my presentation. I'm assuming all members received the main agenda and have read the report within that. Just to confirm, I've received questions from Councillor Dilks and Councillor Bellamy, which I responded to by email. My presentation will try to cover the points that were raised there, but again I'm happy to answer or provide clarity on any of those questions at the end of the presentation. The presentation just appeared on my screen, so
we're loaded, Phil.
Thank you for confirming. So just in terms of the main report itself, I just wanted to point out one correction. At 8.3.6 of the report, it suggests that the Hillview Gardens development hadn't been constructed at the time of the 2014 appeal on this site. And having reread the appeal statement this morning, it's clear that that development had been constructed at that time. So it doesn't change my recommendation. I just wanted to provide clarity that when that appeal was heard and decided, it was assessed on the basis of the Hillview Gardens development being constructed. Apologies for that error. It was a note I picked up from the previous case officer, and it's something I should have checked before I included it in the report. But yeah, just for clarity, Hillview Gardens was constructed, recently constructed, but it was there at the time the 2014 appeal was decided. In terms of additional items, again, I'm hoping most members have received the additional items paper, but again, just for clarity and to make sure everyone's aware of what's in there, there were some further. There was a further representation from a neighbour, which didn't raise any new material planning considerations. There was an objection from Moreton Parish Council, which again just sort of reaffirmed their previous objections, which are detailed in the main report. Heritage Lincolnshire, that's our archaeology specialists, they reaffirmed their comments they'd made previously. Lincolnshire County Council and the council's tree consultant requested some further conditions in respect of drainage, tree protection and a construction management plan, and all of those conditions have been added to my recommendation and schedule of conditions, but otherwise the recommendation remains the same. Since the additional items paper was circulated on Monday, again I've had 3 further pieces of correspondence. Another neighbour objection. It's from a neighbour that had previously objected and again doesn't raise any new material planning considerations. I had an email with some traffic data from Councillor Woolley, and I understand Councillor Woolley's registered to speak and will be referring to that data in her presentation. And I also had an email from the council's affordable housing officer providing some up-to-date information about the housing needs for Moreton taken from the housing register, and in summary that confirms there's 25 people on the housing register with a direct connection to Moreton, and there's a much greater demand for affordable housing across the district, and again I'll go into a bit more detail in the presentation, but just to confirm the nature of this housing, the responsibility on the district council is that when we talk about need for entry-level affordable housing, it's need on the basis of the district, not just on the local level to Moreton. So onto the presentation itself. I've listed here the key issues and chapters which are included in the main agenda. This presentation I'll focus mostly on the principle of development, talk a bit about the affordable housing, the design and visual impact of the scheme, and some of the highway considerations. As I say, the other matters are covered in the main report, but I think those 4 that I've picked out are the key areas for discussion and debate. So just a little bit about the site history. The Hillview Gardens development, which is constructed by the same developer and is adjacent to this site, was approved under SO 92397. That was approved on the basis of it being a rural exception scheme. So that's an affordable only scheme, but a scheme that specifically meets the need of residents local to Moreton. Since then, there's been 3 applications refused on this site, all under the old policy framework, and at the time this new element of entry-level housing wasn't defined within the National Planning Policy Framework. The S13 application that was dismissed at appeal, I'll talk a bit more about the reasons for that and how this application seeks to overcome it further on in the presentation. So this is the application site. You can see it's on land to the south of south of Moreton. The land in blue is the area where the Hillview Gardens development's already constructed, and then you can see the main part of the village sited to the north of the site. So this just provides a bit more sort of context, really, of Moreton itself. I'll just try to get my pointer working. So this area to the northeast of Moreton, this is the area that's allocated in the local plan for development. This is the application site outlined in red. You can see the development pattern of Moreton follows a sort of predominantly east-west nature across either side of the A15, although there are examples of sort of linear development, particularly along Hackenby Lane and some of the other sort of peripheral roads to the west of the site, or the west of the settlement, sorry. Moreton more or less sort of joins onto Hanthorpe, which was a much smaller settlement out there to the west. So these are some photos. I'm not going to dwell too much because I think most members visited the site, or if not, I'm sure I've had a look on sort of Google Images. But this is a view looking south along Bourne Road. So the development site itself. Sorry, try and pick up my pointer again. We're along here where this group of trees are. This little signpost here, that's the entrance to Hillview Gardens. So this is that same view, just zoomed in a little bit closer. This would be the front part of the site. These are the existing trees here. Again, a similar view, but again zoomed in a bit closer. This is looking back towards Moreton, so you can see in this slide, you can just see the edge of the Hillview Gardens development. It does provide a relatively sort of hard edge to the settlement at the moment, and one of the considerations with this site is that although it's introducing new built form, it is an opportunity to soften and improve that approach into Moreton. Again, this is a view looking into the Hillview Gardens development, and then this is stood in Hillview Gardens itself. This is where the existing estate road ends, and this would follow through and serve the new development site. Again, I'll just put this slide in because it was one of the questions that was raised after the site visits about the crossing. So this is the footpath from Hillview Gardens down towards the middle of Moreton. You can see this is the relatively recently completed co-op store. This totem sign's now gone. That was removed. But the relevant part is this pedestrian refuge here, which was added with Section 106 money from the Hillview Gardens development, and that provides the crossing point into the main part of the village on the other side of the A15. So onto the site layout itself, you can see the houses that are coloured here. These are the ones that are subject to this application. They provide an extension to the existing houses on Hillview Gardens. In terms of what's been done in terms of design and design improvements to try and overcome and address some of the previous reasons for refusal, there's been a real effort here to try and soften and improve particularly these edges to the development by putting sort of frontages on these buildings or these dwellings and putting these houses and reducing the amount of built form away from Bourne Road itself, and that allows better retention of this existing tree and hedgerow belt and some supplementary planting. Likewise, the sort of southern edge of the development, there was a sort of service road added, which pulled the development away from that boundary and allowed a greater opportunity for additional planting, just to soften this edge here. This shows the same sort of layout in a bit more context. It's a bit easier to interpret this slide because north's in the right direction. So you can see Bourne Road itself here, and this is the sort of area where the effort's been made to pull the development away and improve that frontage and allow some planting. This would be the southern edge that you would see on the approach along the A15. The open space is located here to the west of the site, and that's in an effort to limit the amount of development that encroaches out towards the west. It's accepted that this area of building here does go further than existing, but again, there's been opportunities and landscaping put in on this boundary and on this boundary of the site here to mitigate some of that impact. So the house types themselves, I won't dwell too much on these. They're fairly sort of typical standard house types. The point I will make is, again, one of the inspectors' sort of areas of concern were the lack of, I suppose, detail and character of the houses that were proposed at that time. And one of the conditions that we've added and updated is we've taken the standard materials condition and just added a bit more detail to that, so that the developer would have to provide details of any chimneys, the porches, the detailing around the roof verges and the eaves, as well as obviously the samples of the materials themselves and the roof slates. And I think, you know, the feeling, and especially talking to the council's urban design officer, is that, you know, there's still a great opportunity to significantly enhance the design of a standard house type through making sure those details are done properly. So I'll just quickly go through this evaluation, and again, I'm happy to come back and answer any points or clarify points in more detail if needed. Essentially, the development proposes 22 entry-level affordable houses. This is a new type of affordable housing scheme introduced by the MPPF in 2019. The development proposal is in conflict with the current local plan. So policy SP4 is the local plan policy, which is relevant to developments on the edge of settlements. And normally, where it's an unallocated site, as this is, there would be a requirement to provide evidence of community support. However, there is an exception to providing evidence of community support where the scheme is a rural exception scheme, i.e. a scheme which meets sort of very local housing requirements. In this case, it's not a rural exception scheme, it's an entry-level affordable only scheme. But the discussion with sort of policy colleagues is that when the local plan's updated, it's likely that that policy would be brought in line to be in step with the new wording in the MPPF. So essentially, although there is conflict with SP4 in terms of the scheme not having community support, I've attached considerable weight to the paragraph 71 of the new MPPF sort of policy guidance, which essentially provides very strong support for this type of scheme. I'll just skip back one to the three previous refusals. Again, they were considered under the old development framework and the old MPPF, and essentially, you know, a big part of this different recommendation for this scheme is on the basis of those policy changes. I've talked a bit about the design improvements, and it's just again to to confirm that the applicant has engaged with the council's design service and has sort of undergone extensive dialogue with the council's urban design officer, seeking to overcome those previous design and visual impacts that were given as reasons for refusal. My view my professional view as an officer is that the scheme's a significant improvement on what was previously refused, and enough has been done to overcome those previous concerns that were given in that respect. There's been no flood risk or sort of residential amenity issues which have been raised. The properties on the other side of the A15 are largely the properties which have objected. And again, I think we need to differentiate between essentially much of the concern there relates to a loss of a view, which isn't a material planning consideration. It's accepted that it certainly would change their view, and they would lose a view, and their concerns are fully understood. But that in itself isn't a material planning consideration. And in terms of sort of direct impact on those properties, it's considered that it's either very low or not significant to warrant any reason for refusal. Just in terms of highway safety and traffic, again, I think this is going to be discussed more in the debate, so I won't go into it in a huge amount of detail. But the pedestrian connectivity to the village has improved since the appeal decision with the introduction of that pedestrian refuge. It's accepted the traffic levels along the A15 are high, and particularly sort of as you go towards Bourne and south of Bourne, that problem does increase. But this development itself would result in a relatively low level of traffic impact. The figures were, I think, at peak times something like one car every 6 minutes would be expected to add to the highway network. And in this respect, the local highway authority haven't raised any objection. The scheme also provides an area of open space which would have some play equipment. There's a required contribution of just over £50,000 to education. So the recommendation is one of approval. Again, I'll just highlight it is balanced on the fact that there is some identified conflict with the development plan in terms of policy SP4. But in making my recommendation, I've attached considerable weight to the requirement to support this type of housing from the MPPF. The improvements that have been made to the design and the identified need for affordable housing, and in particular entry-level affordable housing across South Kesteven. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Phil. Under the current protocol, questions to the case officer will be put after we have heard the public speakers. So I'll call on Councillor Sue Woolley, the District Councillor for the area, to speak now, please. And Councillor Woolley, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. In that case, Chairman, I shall speak very, very quickly. First of all, thank you for allowing me to speak today, and thank you indeed to the committee and also to the officers as well, because I did send in some very late information yesterday regarding the traffic survey. So hopefully committee members will have all received that. So my points, and again, Chairman, can you just confirm for me that I did send in a script? Can I assume that all committee members have received that and have sight of it?
I believe that to be the case. Yes, it is. Yes, they have, Sue.
Okay, thank you. So I will talk to the points rather than going through them all. So initially, I think the first thing that I want to say is that 3 times this planning application has come before the committee. 3 times it's been refused. And I think that in itself speaks volumes around why it's not straightforward. I would say to you, I'm not against affordable housing. I'm not against entry-level housing. What I am against is any development in an inappropriate setting and on an inappropriate site, and that's what I believe this site to be. The latest iteration, I have to say, and the parish council clerk is going to give you some further information, and I apologise if we repeat things, but neither he nor I had any further correspondence reference this latest application, and equally we were unaware it was being raised from 21 to 22, and there does appear to be an inconsistency in the officer's report in that where both 21 and 22 are mentioned. The planning inspector noted when refusing, I think, the appeal that the development was on the edge of open countryside and would erode that open countryside because it's right on the edge of a village. An allocated site within the local plan already exists just to the north of the crossroads for 71 houses, and this would be able to take account for that 25 demand that the officer has actually already raised. So that again is taken into account and is already part of the local plan. This site is not part of the local plan. The boundary edge and hedge of the dyke, you will notice, and it was mentioned again by the officer, that the housing doesn't lead right up to the edge of the hedge. The developer has neglected to maintain that, and it's meant that the dyke itself has become very boggy and very wet, and by abdicating responsibility of maintaining, because the land does belong to the developer, it is now creating an issue in its own right. The tree that I'm referring to that has fallen down and has never been moved only
30
came
seconds.
down in the last 12 months. The Archer survey you already have of the
30 seconds left, Sue, please.
Thank you. Of the 6,000 movements of cars, parish councillors are against it, and I think most importantly, all of the bus stops for anybody getting onto any of the public transport, that's for children to go to school, both for secondary school and the primary school, is all on the opposite side of the road. The £50,000 for education went to the secondary school for 3 places, nothing.
You've muted yourself, Sue. Have you finished, Sue? Because I can't hear you. Or have you muted yourself? Or?
Oh, I'm so sorry. I have. I'm not sure where I got to, Chairman. Well, I wasn't muted. No, I was. Somebody at your end muted me. I'm sorry. I don't know when you muted me.
If I can be of
Probably they're muted if you'd gone over the 3 minutes, Sue. But they should tell me that. Okay. Can you then very quickly sum up then, Sue, please?
Yes, I can. Very particularly for children crossing that road, all bus stops for schooling and indeed schools are on the opposite side of the road. There are 6,000 traffic movements south and roughly 6,000 traffic movements north each day. The contribution was for 3 places at Bourne Academy.
So in fairness to other speakers, I'm going to have to say, could you draw it to a close, please?
I certainly will do.
Thank you.
I will finish where I started. 3 times this application has been turned down or has come forward. 3 times it's been refused. I really do hope the committee place a lot of weight on that.
Thank you, Sue, and sorry for the hiccups there. Nicholas Walker, please, from the Parish Council.
Hello. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, committee. Let's move that out of the way. I won't go over and double on the things that Sue's mentioned. You should have 10 points of concerns and objections, some of which are objections, some are concerns over who picks up the maintenance, because in other areas the parish council's been just expected to do it as a matter of course. We are concerned over the duplication for all homes with the SP4 plan. We're also concerned with regard to the government policy to protect greenfield sites, and that's been a stated reason for objection for each of the previous applications. The parish council is only too aware of the congestion on the A15, and actually the retreat has not helped that, in the tailoring for the turn right into Morton High Street now extends well past the retreat quite regularly, especially if there's heavy goods vehicles involved. If we're bringing more vehicles into that area, especially going north, that will actually be compounded. Based on car ownership statistics, this proposal will introduce approximately 39 more cars, and there are very few employment opportunities in Morton, therefore these would become commuters, not green and not good for air quality. As Sue's mentioned, although the Larkford own a field, on 2 occasions I've been asked by the parish council to contact them about maintenance of the hedge and dyke, and effectively responses that I've got on both occasions have been disowning it, and it's very noticeable the new boundary for the development is well inside that, so again it looks like a bit of lack of maintenance responsibility. The play area, who will hold responsibility for the inspections, repairs and the waste bin emptying on that site? Sue's mentioned the facilities of Morton Schools capacity and the buses. Drainage, although there's no issue on the drainage on the site per se, there is a problem with the dyke, which may be overcome by maintenance of the dyke and the hedge line, but at the moment it's a catchment area from the north and west, and it regularly floods onto the A15 at the road location just there. As Mr. Jordan said, the development's not in keeping with the east-west layout of the settlement, and the proposed 106 payment does nothing for more
30 seconds.
If these are entry-level homes, then why is predominance for 3-bedroom homes rather than 2-bedroom ones?
30 seconds left, Mr. Walker, please.
Thank you, I've completed.
Sorry, you have completed?
Yes.
Thank you very much indeed. And the next speaker is on behalf of the applicants, Hannah Guy, please.
Good afternoon. Can you hear or see me clearly?
We certainly hear you.
Thank you.
And now we can see you.
Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for letting me speak. My name is Hannah Guy and I'm the planning manager over at Larkfleet Homes. I'm the officer that I'm the manager that's been working with your officers over at South Kesteven to bring this site forwards. As Phil has explained to you, the application's been in for a while, and it has gone through a number of iterations, therefore sort of demonstrating that we've been working with the council to bring something forward that is appropriate, applicable, and overcomes the appeal previous reasons for refusal. Moving forward from that, we're now at a point where the officers can recommend approval. I'm speaking to you today obviously in support of your officers' report, and we fully endorse the planning conditions, the section 106 contributions and those coming forwards. The development itself, there's been a lot of discussion about what entry-level exception site is. Entry-level exception site is outlined very, very clearly in paragraph 71 of the new NPPF. Planning policy changes over time. This is a new planning policy. It has come into consideration from 2018. It doesn't sit on an allocated site. The criteria of para 71 state that these sites should be on unallocated sites within the village or next to the village boundary and under 1 hectare. This site, we feel, ticks all those boxes. Planning officers obviously at South Kesteven District Council feel the same because they're recommending it for approval before you today. The site does provide some benefits. It is a positive contribution towards the affordable homes. The homes that we propose to provide are 2- and 3-bedroom homes. We've been in consultation with the housing officer at South Kesteven, and these homes are to be for affordable rented and for shared ownership on a mixed basis. It's about 50-50, I feel. Each dwelling provides parking spaces. Those parking spaces are within the conveyed plot for that property, and there will never be, there's a minimum of 2. Each property will have 2 spaces. There is public open space provided. That public open space will be provided for all, and the green infrastructure around the site has been a significant...
30 seconds.
Thank you. Has been a significant conversation that we've had with South Kesteven, and there are extensive landscaping plans that have been submitted and hopefully agreed to show that that infrastructure will be improved and beefed up. Again, yes, financial contributions, planning conditions will be put forwards. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Hannah. We now move to that part of the protocol which invites questions to both the applicant and the case officer from members. Would be helpful if the member who wishes to ask a question indicates whether it's for the case officer or for the applicant, please. So I'll ask Debbie, will you call in the first person to indicate they wish to ask a question? We're not at the point of debate here, members. This is purely to ask questions of the case officer and the applicant, please.
We have Councillor Phil Dilks would like to ask Phil Jordan a question, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. A note in paragraph 3.1 of the report goes into the reasons that the inspector previously turned down one of the applications, and it talks about the fact that it would erode the further attractive rural approach to the village, and various other things. And now this is coming forward as an entry-level affordable exception site. My question really is, if we accept this as an entry-level affordable site, if it meets all the criteria, do all the inspectors' concerns fall about location and appropriateness of the site? That's the first question. I've then got one on traffic, if I may, to keep it brief. Thank you.
Thank you, Phil. Would you like to respond to that question, please?
Of course, yeah. So if you look at the wording in paragraph 71 of the MPPF, it specifically says these type of sites should be on unallocated sites and should be adjacent to existing settlements, proportionate in size, and there's a footnote which talks about it being less than a hectare. So I think there's an acceptance that these type of schemes would be on greenfield sites. I accept there will be some cases where you could get brownfield sites next to existing settlements, but I think to me there's an acceptance that there would be, these would be suitable on greenfield sites. It then does say that it should comply with local design policies and standards, and I think that doesn't take away the fact that there is going to be some visual impact from this development, but to me again it's about how that can be best mitigated and restricted as much as possible, and then of course balanced against the benefits of the site. So I think it's not saying that that erosion of the edge of the village wouldn't happen, and that was previously raised as concern. It's that the design changes to this scheme in particular have been made to try and mitigate that as much as possible and to limit that detrimental impact, and then obviously, like I say, balanced out against all the other benefits of the scheme.
Thank you for that. How much weight can we though put on the, or should we put any weight on the fact that as we're told, the 71 houses are planned for elsewhere in the village within the local plan, and that they will meet the affordable homes need in the area?
Again, it's certainly a point to consider, and all of these, as with any planning application, all of these material planning considerations need to be weighed together before making your decision. But again, I'd come back to the wording in paragraph 71, which again explicitly says it should be on land which isn't already allocated. So again, to me, there's an expectation that that these would be windfall sites, as is the case with this one, and this paragraph's been inserted to meet a particular need of housing, being entry level housing aimed at first time buyers. So I think, yes, we can accept that the allocated site is there to meet local need, and that's the planned development for Moreton. But the way that paragraph 71 is worded, it suggests or it advises that these should be effectively windfall sites.
Thank you. On the traffic, I notice on the photographs, I don't think there were any cars on the A15 on any of the photographs, but I know the area, I did the site visit, and it is an extremely busy road, clearly. Can you confirm that there are over 6,000, as Councillor Woolley has said, over 6,000 movements north and 6,000 movements south within the village on a normal weekday? And can you say what plans, if any, does the Highways Authority have to improve that section of the A15?
Yeah, I accept those traffic figures. They're the best evidence we have of recent traffic levels along the A15. There isn't, to my knowledge, or certainly off the back of this application, there hasn't been any requested highway safety mitigation. So the only change really that's happened is the introduction of that pedestrian refuge. Although I will sort of highlight that on those previous refuse schemes, highway safety or traffic impact was not an issue, and certainly not an issue which was raised by the planning inspector. But no, as far as I know, there's no further plans to make any improvements to this stretch of the A15.
Thank you. I'll comment on the retreat, if I may, in the debate. Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Phil.
Thank you, Phil. Thank you, both Phils. Next next question from, please.
We have Councillor Ian Selby would like to ask the case officer a question.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, it's following on from Phil's question with regarding highways. Upon departing from the site visit, I struggled to get out on that road. The traffic was coming along at quite some speed. I would like to ask about highway safety and the possibility, because that road is a 40-mile-an-hour speed limit. I would like to ask what is the possibility of getting that down to a 30-mile-an-hour speed limit to help alleviate the safety concerns on highways, please. Thank you.
Are you able to answer that, Phil?
I can certainly do my best. I mean, as councillors or members are aware, we consult with the local highway authority on all planning applications where there's highway implications, and we rely on their guidance and consultation comments to guide us in respect of highway safety and traffic impacts. That's not something they've requested or as part of that consultation process. So effectively, it hasn't been requested as mitigation as part of this application itself.
Okay, thank you very much for the answer.
Thank you, Ed. Could I remind members that according to the protocol, we have 10 minutes allocated to this, and we're very close to that. So could I appeal for focused answers and questions, or focused questions and answers, please? Next question is from
Councillor Bisnal Singh would like to ask Phil and Miss Hannah Guy a question, please.
Harris, and please be brief.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be brief. Very quick question. Thank you for the presentation, Phil. The same questions to the planning officer and also to Miss Hannah Guy. This is the first time there's an entry-level housing development that's been put up. Now, what is the main thing that differentiates between an entry-level and an affordable homes? Is it the cost of the material, cheaper construction materials, or the final price of the house? And secondly, I would like to ask, for the sake of safety, will there be possibility to have a pedestrian bridge to cross that road?
Thank you, Harish. Start with Phil.
Yeah, so just to be clear, an entry-level scheme is a type of affordable housing, and the detail of that would be secured by a legal agreement. There'd be, that effectively controls the tenure of the houses, and it controls the fact that they would have to be offered to first-time buyers, the ones that are shared ownership, and also included in there is that they'd be offered on a priority basis to people with a direct connection to Moreton. But yeah, just to be clear, an entry-level scheme is an affordable scheme as defined by the NPPF. In terms of the pedestrian bridge, again, it's the same answer as before. We rely on the Highway Authority to guide us in any highway mitigation requirements, and they haven't advised that's necessary for this application.
Thank you, Phil. Hannah, do you wish to make any comment?
No, I just concur with Phil's assessment of the entry-level exceptions definition. It is wholly affordable, and what the types and tenures that we've proposed to South Kesteven are that of affordable rent and shared ownership, and those tenures are sort of fully compliant and acceptable within the affordable housing tenure definition of the NPPF, and also with the housing officer Mandy G. So it just re-emphasises that it's a fully compliant, affordable scheme.
Thank you, Hannah. I think there's a final question from Councillor Penny Milnes.
That's correct.
Yes, thank you. I'm referring to paragraph 861, again under highways and infrastructure, where we have local plan policy ID 2 seeking to minimise the use of travel by car and maximise sustainable transport modes. There are 2 parking spaces for each of these houses, which obviously reflects the need you have to travel. It's also a worry if it's affordable, wholly affordable housing, the expense of running a car. There are very few facilities or buses in Moreton. How do
Penny, can we get the question, please? You can introduce the other things into the debate.
What are we doing about that side of that policy? And secondly, when we go on to the traffic and highways, surely in planning we should be looking at the amenity for residents, the way they have to cross that road to access anything at all. And where does that...
Penny, you're debating. Can we get the question, please?
Well, I'd just like to know how we are accounting for those points. The officer, I don't think I've seen anything about it.
Thank you, Penny. Phil?
Yeah, so yeah, there's obviously a balance to be struck between providing the right number of parking spaces and seeking to encourage, pedestrian transport and so on. I think what are we doing about it with this application? Well, Moreton itself is what was previously known as a service centre. It's a larger village within the development plan. So by its nature, there are a number of services and facilities within walking distance of the site itself. There's the co-op, so that sort of typical daily shop could be done by foot at a reasonable distance. There's a primary school in the village, and again, I accept that involves crossing the A15, but it's that has been improved by that pedestrian refuge. Equally, the site itself has the inclusion of a small play area and an open space. So again, young families would have that facility on their doorstep. But accepting, you then need to balance the need to provide some level of parking. So yeah, there are parking spaces within the site, but hopefully that just sort of highlights some of the services and facilities that are available as well.
Thank you, Phil. I think Could I just sort of add a bit of a supplementary to that? It seems that we are told as a planning committee and as a planning authority that certain edicts have come out of government, and we talk about the 71 of the National Planning Policy Framework, supersedes and overrules any other planning considerations that this authority may have, i.e. we've already got 71 coming up in another part of the village and affordable homes, but we must do this one because it because the MPPF says we must. I'm not sure that members buy that.
Can
I just be really clear on that point? I mean, if it's not already been made clear in the presentation on the report, apologies. As we rehearse quite often, planning law says we have to make decisions in accordance with the adopted development plan unless material considerations indicate otherwise. In this case, so the primary consideration is the development plan and the policies within that, and that development plan has to be taken as a whole. So where there's conflict, we have to balance that out against benefits in other areas. In this case, the MPPF is a material planning consideration, and it certainly doesn't mean that it kind of means that, you know, we can rule over any other policies in the development plan. It's just a consideration, and how much weight we attach to that consideration is for decision makers to make. In my recommendation, I've afforded that policy significant weight because of the needs of affordable housing in the district, and the fact this site meets that defined type of housing within the MPPF. But yeah, just to be clear, it's a consideration and it needs to be given weight and put into the balance for any decision that's made.
Thank you for that, Phil. There were one or two late papers that members received due to IT glitch rather later than would normally be expected. Are members happy that they've had time to absorb those and take them into consideration? Because I did say in the opening remarks that if not, then we will have a short adjournment while they can do that. Are members comfortable to go forward, or do they want a short adjournment? I can't see anybody saying an adjournment, so I'll assume that members are comfortable, so we can move on into the debate. And I think the first speaker in the debate is Councillor Reid, please.
Thank you very much, Chairman. This application that's before us, of course, under the new rules and guidance, which you've alluded to firstly, of the MPPF, which is commensurate from February 19, means that the previous three refusals don't have any bearing on this particular application. The implications that the MPPF that's currently legislative, of course, says that we don't have to take into consideration community support, which is, I feel really sorry for all members in having to adjudicate and to actually make whatever recommendation we make at the end of this, because it goes against the hearts and minds of a lot of common sense. Yes, we want entry-level housing. Yes, we want affordable housing. But the difficulties really come with this particular application in its identity as an exception site. Exception sites we would look to in exceptional circumstances where there is a bona fide need. I take on board that there is a need within the locality outside of Moreton for more than the requirement within Moreton. But what is in the local plan is that there is a development within the local plan where 71 houses will be coming before us. Part of it will have an affordable section in it. And so therefore, we also know that site will have better pedestrian access to the village. The argument for the school being on the wrong side of the road, to me, doesn't hold a lot of validity. Yes, it would add in numbers by more houses, but people do already cross the road before there was even the pedestrian rest. Now there is a pedestrian rest, but we don't need to accentuate this situation. We don't need to accentuate the over 6,000 vehicle movements for this particular application. And I would actually wait that by passing this application, we would actually be adding to the severity of safety danger in crossing this very, very busy road that we have so many problems. So the large weight of my decision will really be behind endorsing what's in the local plan, and actually saying that I cannot accept this particular development as an exception site in the current circumstances of the settlement. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Reid. I think Councillor Dilks is next. Councillor Phil.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was worried where Robert was going there, to be honest, when you said, Robert, that this application as an exception site has no bearing on the previous refusals. I would just disagree there, because paragraph 3.3 says very clearly, after speaking in previous paragraphs about the inspector's comments about the damage that the previous applications would do to the area, says the above decisions that the inspector made and previous refusals are material to the determination of this application. So they are material, but of course it then goes on to say there have been the policy changes. I've got to say, I don't like this application either. I'm the first and probably shout up more for affordable homes than anybody on this council. And I want to see more, the need met for the affordable homes, that there clearly is across the district, but not at any price and not anywhere. And I appreciate that what the policy says is that it doesn't matter how many are needed or not needed in Morton, for example, but that we need to look at the need across the district. And if you live in, for example, Long Bennington, which is part of our district, which is near Newark, and you're told, well, your affordable house is in Morton, you're likely to say, where the hell is Morton? And whilst, you know, I also understand that we don't seem to be encouraged anyway to take into account the fact that there is clearly no local support, or very little local support, for this application. I note, as others will have done, that highways sort of say, oh, there's no problem with this one. It is an extremely busy road, as people have said. 12,000 traffic movements on a weekday. You know, lorries thunder past there. And I've got to say, whilst I clearly welcome the refuge, as it's called, that is in the middle of the A15, people in this new development will have to take their children across that road to school. I have a daughter who has she's a single mum with 4 primary school age children. I would not feel, you know, comfortable knowing that she would have to walk across to that refuge with a 5-year-old, a 6-year-old, a 7-year-old and an 8-year-old. That is just not safe. And as I think one of the gentlemen said, I think from the parish council, that refuge hasn't made a lot of difference. it clearly needs, more being done for the safety of road traffic.
30 seconds.
Yeah, not just in that village, but I'm very concerned about the growing A15 corridor, as I would call it, not only south of Bourne, Langtoft, Baston and Thirlby, but Morton, north of Bourne as well. And it's where does the cumulative effect kick in? We keep being told, oh, it's only a few more houses, it's only a few more cars. It's reached the point, I've got to say, where we should say no. It's too many. Thank you.
Thank you, Phil. Next contributor is
Louise Clack.
Louise, Councillor Clack, Louise.
Thank you. I'd just like to echo Phil's support for affordable housing. And I think this is actually quite an important issue because it's raised some points that we discuss regularly when discussing these kind of applications. And I think, as we know, in reality, there's always going to be significant public opposition to affordable housing, and we all know the reasons for that. So I won't, thrash that out here. But I think, as a committee, we really need to think about how we encourage the development of affordable housing. And some of the issues that come up, all the time, to me, sound a bit paternalistic. So Phil, I totally take your point about the road here, but there's been other issues in other applications, and I know that I'm quite a new member to SK, and I've lived in Manchester and I've lived in London and I've lived in those places with small children, and frankly, I can cross a road and I cross roads with babies, and I've managed that. And so frankly, we speak a lot about hypothetical situations that might never happen, but the reality of the situation is, and Phil could kind of check me on this, but the last time I was checking the housing register in relation to some casework, there was actually over 2,000 people waiting on that, many of whom are actually in the highest category for various reasons, children with disabilities or other issues that they have. And so we really do need to pull our finger out on providing the affordable housing that we're obliged to as a district. And as far as I can see, this is a good development, well thought out, and really do echo sentiments of Hannah and Phil in this. And I think we should really think seriously about being a bit more forward thinking and a bit less paternalistic with our views on affordable housing. Thank you. And I'd like to support this application. Thank you.
Thank you, Louise. I would challenge people are not against affordable housing, Louise. In my view, very often the debate is where they're situated in terms of the other in terms of facilities and amenities. But that's probably for another debate as well, Louise.
Councillor Bellamy.
I'll start just with a point in quantity of housing in Morton. It's already got an allocated site for 70 odd houses. There's 20 been built on an exception already. Then with this application's another 20. And if you look at pages 6 and 15 of the report, the internal road of the new development conveniently loops round to another small site, which could no doubt be excused as an exception as well. So potentially we could end up with another 20 houses there. So that's 70 houses north and then probably another 60 south. My main point though is that because of all the entry-level houses, which means more children, and the crossing point, although I do accept that the refuge has made it a little bit better, in my opinion, it is not normal practice within if you look at the whole country or other counties, to have a 40-mile-an-hour road going through the middle of a village with no proper pedestrian crossing when there's schools and facilities on the other side. The normal, if you want to look at the normal, you've only got to look at Corby Glen, where it's 30 miles an hour, and there's a pedestrian crossing, a proper pedestrian crossing going across to the school. Now, the A15's a lot busier than the 155 coming through Corby Glen. So when the county council's doing its assessment, I'd like to say, what's the difference? The other point is, I know there's a get out of jail card saying that this sort of thing shouldn't hold up developments, but in the MPP policy framework, there's also a load of other things about promoting transport for pedestrians and cyclists and stuff like this, and making it safe for the disabled. I can't see that it's safe for the disabled to cross at Moreton, even as it stands now. So for those reasons, I personally I can't support this application. I strongly disagree with highways assessment for the reasons I've mentioned. And
30 seconds.
Basically, I think what we are saying to people is you've got to use your car, because otherwise there's no other safe way of taking your kids to school or even getting across the A15, especially now we're making it busier, or if we are making it busier. Thank you.
Thank you, Phil. Councillor Cabry Brown, Rosemary. Rosemary, are you with us, please?
I am with you. It was just I hadn't unmuted. Yes, Mr. Chairman. I'm one of these people that always listen to the residents that are already there. We've heard what the parish council chairman has said. I agree with his feelings. I agree with the local councillor, which is Sue Woolley, and I agree with most of what I've heard already today. If they're getting 77 odd houses at the other end of the village, I don't feel that this site is suitable for first-time buyers, affordable housing, and people, particularly single mothers with small children. And I do feel that we as a council represent all of South Kesteven District Council. Therefore, we should listen to the views of the residents of Moreton, and particularly the parish chairman. So I'm afraid I probably won't be supporting this. I know we need affordable houses, but if you've got 77 going up the other end of the village, I would have thought that would be quite enough for a small community like Moreton. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Rosemary. I think Councillor Penny Milnes is the next. Penny?
Yes, thank you. I do note in paragraph 3.2 that the application previously refused for failing to demonstrate satisfactory infrastructure arrangements, and this surely must include having to cross the road, no zebra, no reduced speed, limited facilities. I also think, you know, with affordable housing, if these are entry level and people are having to try and buy their house and they have to have a couple of cars to get anywhere, that to me sometimes, you know, a car, and to run a car costs more than buying your house. And if they're going to be buying, they're obviously needing a job. And so they're going to have to commute. So entry level to me has certain implications. And I take the point about paragraph 71 in the MPPF, but it does say it should still be in accordance with all our other policies. And the MPPF, as Councillor Bellamy said, does also have lots of criteria about making residential estates safe for people. So there are some issues here, and you know, just to be told, oh, it's entry-level housing, therefore you have to accept it, isn't quite the full story, I don't believe. And I do think we have to look at the these other amenity and infrastructure issues, and affordability as well, if you need to work and commute and use your cars. And is this really the right place for entry-level housing?
Thank you, Penny. I think Councillor Ian Selby. Ian?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Just like to thank the case officer for his presentation. When I looked at this the site visit, I personally thought there was a lot of advantages for this particular site, and I thought the layout was good. However, upon departing from the site visit, trying to pull out of that road, the traffic coming very, very fast upon me, I found it difficult, and I thought if I was crossing the road going towards Bourne, it would have been even more difficult. So I have highways concerns, as I alluded to with the question that I asked at the beginning. Now, if this could be got down to a 30-mile-an-hour speed limit instead of the 40, then maybe I would be a little bit more favourable towards this application. And as it's been pointed out about crossing that road with kiddies, I do think Councillor Louise Clack made some very good points as well, and I also like Councillor David Bellamy's point in relation to Corby Glen. So, you know, they've got a cross in there. So it's highways concerns for me, Mr. Chairman. I think the case officers made some very good points in support of this application. However, for me, I say highways concerns. I think that's where I'm struggling with this. If we can't get this down to a 30, then I don't think I can support this.
Thank you, Ian. Next speaker is
Councillor Bisnell Singh.
Harish, please.
Mr. Chairman, I'll be brief because quite a lot of the points have been well made by my colleagues there. I agree with what actually David Bellamy said, Penny, Phil, and also Robert Reeve. Now, my main things is I would just agree with Councillor Sue Woolley and also the Chairman of the Parish Council. This application has been refused 3 times, and 3 times the reason has been close to the edge of the conservation area, and edge will affect the edge of the village, the entry to the village. Now, paragraph 31, I know paragraph 71 of NPPF has come in more as a help to now for bringing in new definitions into what's called affordable homes. Even though I like to have, we need homes in our town for our people, to me, this doesn't quite absorb it, because paragraph 3.1, as Phil did point out, the line where it says, this will erode further the attractive rural approach to the village, and I feel we should take that into consideration. I feel on the highways ground as well, I want to have safe crossing for children, especially all the schools are right at the far end of the village. If people have to cross, I would really see some kind of really safety to be built here for me to support this application.
Thank you, Harish. Vice Chairman, Judy Smith.
Thank you, Chairman. Sorry, I've just lost my place. Sorry, right, thank you. There've always been developments on both sides of the A15, and Moreton Cross roads have always been a bone of contention. But you will see that there has been some development there with the co-op store and also the Larkfleet houses near to this development. But you will no doubt see that there have been great developments over many years on both sides of the A15, thus increasing the amount of traffic from the village itself. A member commented how long it took him to access the A15. Try accessing it from Gladstone Street, Bourne, at any time of the day, and you will get similar problems. Affordable housing, in my opinion, is a very important issue, and I feel there is a great need in this area to help get our younger members of the population on the property ladder. If we are going to make the traffic situation the reason for not building houses, then we are going to come to a full stop. We must instill the sense of driving carefully through our villages, and so a reduced speed limit should be installed. And why cannot we encourage our population to be more responsible for their own safety? I do agree about I do agree about the speed limit being altered, and I do believe the government should look to improving local bus services in our rural areas. Probably not a lot of planning conditions in that, but I hope it just, you know how I feel about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chairman. Some good points there, well met. I think Councillor Dilks is asking for some clarity. Phil?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, Mr. Chairman, it has been said by various people, members and others, 2 or 3 times in this debate that this application has been refused 3 times. We just need to be clear, this is clearly a new application, but yes, for a site that has had refusal 3 times. And just if it's helpful, Mr. Chairman, if there hasn't been a formal proposal to refuse, I would be happy to make that now.
Thank you, Phil. Under the COVID rules that we're working under, Phil, the proposition must be minded to refuse, and then it comes back to the next committee meeting, planning committee, with the reasons, etc. So if you'd like to rephrase your proposal, I'll ask for a seconder.
Mr. Chairman, I've requested to speak.
Sorry, you're not on the... Oh.
I've filled it in the chat box, and it's probably not gone through.
No, you might have... Okay, if you carry on then. We'll make this the last speaker, and then we're going to go to the vote. Councillor Exton.
Thank you. I'll put my... That's it.
We can hear you.
Yeah, it's all right. The mic won't... Anyway, if you can hear me, that's all right. You won't... Yeah. But this is where I feel that highways have let us down again in also the negotiations on the 106. Surely, with the co-op, the store just being built just down the road, and this development as well, surely a 106 agreement could have been made to install a crossing. To me, we've been let down again by highways and negotiations for not installing a proper crossing through the 106 agreement. And I think this is where we've been let down again and again and again by highways not insisting on this. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mike. I think we did have a presentation by members of the county highways fairly early on in the life of this committee, Mike. And they did give the criteria that they have to work by, which is a national criteria. So I think we shouldn't be too hard on highways. They'll be working to the government guidelines and criteria that they are given. So moving on to a vote, Phil has moved that we're minded to refuse. I did see that Councillor Bellamy is prepared to second that. Did I see correctly, Councillor Bellamy?
Yes, I second that.
Thank you, David. Just bear with me, I'm getting a signal. Right, I'm going to bring the head of governance who will clarify where we are with this. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to remind members that we've now had a proposition that the committee is minded to refuse the application. That means that we will go to the vote, and this will be a recorded vote. If you vote for, then you are voting for the minded to refuse. Anyone who does vote for will be required to submit the planning reasons for that refusal to the Head of Development Management within 5 working days of the meeting. The application will then be rescheduled at a future meeting of the committee, and the Head of Development Management will have had the chance to have had a look at the reasons you submit and consider their robustness and defensibility should the application be appealed. Your vote today will not fetter your vote at a future meeting, so you may vote for or against today. You are not obliged to vote the same way next time based on the information that's presented at the next committee meeting.
Thank you for that, Joe. Members, are you then minded to go for the recorded vote? I'll take that as a yes. Naomi, could you go through the names, please? Call the names out. So it's 4 against, or abstain?
Sorry, Chairman. Sorry to interrupt. Through you, Chairman, do we have the reasons for refusal? We need to make a note of the reasons for refusal.
Sorry, I thought we did that later to the. Well, I thought we did that in writing later, Mandy, to the head of planning. I think it's slightly changed under the guidelines on protocol for meetings, Mandy, I think.
You're correct, Chairman. Sorry, I apologise for that.
Far be it from me to tell you your job, Mandy. Okay, so we will go to a recorded vote. Naomi, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Councillor David Bellamy.
For refusal.
Councillor Harish Bisnath Singh.
Abstain.
Councillor Louise Clack.
Against.
Councillor John Cottier.
Against.
Councillor Phil Dilks.
For.
Councillor Mike Exton.
Against.
Councillor Rosemary Cabery-Brown.
Abstain.
Councillor Penny Milnes.
For.
Councillor Robert Reid.
For.
Councillor Ian Selby.
Abstain.
Councillor Jackie Smith. Councillor Jackie Smith.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Judy Smith.
Against.
And Councillor Bob Adams.
For.
Thank you. If you could just bear with me, Mr. Chairman, I'll just confirm the numbers.
Thank you, Naomi.
Okay, so that proposition is carried.
Thank you, Naomi. And in accordance with my opening remarks, we'll now have a short comfort break. Okay, members, if you can hear me, we will just do a quick roll call when all the officers are in place. Naomi, are you with us?
Yes, I am, Mr.
Naomi,
Chairman. I can do that.
just bear with me, make sure everybody is.
Yeah.
Are we all ready for the roll call, please?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
I'll take that as a yes. So, Naomi, if you could just call us all back in, please.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Councillor David Bellamy.
Present.
Councillor Harish Bisnath-Singh.
Present.
Councillor Louise Clark.
Present.
Councillor John Cottier.
Present.
Councillor Phil Dilks.
Present.
Councillor Mike Exton.
Present.
Councillor Rosemary Cabery-Brown. Councillor
You with us, Rosemary? Come back to it, Naomi.
I will do. Councillor Penny Milnes.
Present.
Councillor Robert Reid.
Present.
Councillor Ian Selby.
Now comfortable, thank you.
Councillor Jackie Smith. Councillor Jackie Smith, are you back with us?
Yes, present.
Thank you. Councillor Judy Smith.
Present.
Okay, and now I'll go back to Councillor Rosemary Cabery-Brown.
Yes, present.
Thank you. So,
Do you not wish me to be present, Naomi?
oh, sorry, Councillor Bob Adams.
Present.
Thank you. So all councillors are present at the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. And can we we'll very quickly go item 4B, as we were previously advised, has been withdrawn. I apologise for that. I should have mentioned that in my opening remarks. Can we just confirm that Rebecca Rutter is with us still, please?
Present.
Thank you, Rebecca. Okay. As we know, Councillor Jackie Smith is absenting herself from this item on the agenda, and she told me at the break that she will be doing the same thing. She's not certain whether she's got an interest. In the interest of her own, in the interest of herself and of the council, she will withdraw from item 4D. So thank you, Jackie, for letting me know that at that quick break.
Mr. Chairman, just in the interest of transparency, I'm just going to remove Councillor Smith from the meeting, and then we'll bring her back in once she's entitled and the applications 4C and 4D have both been considered.
Fine. Did you hear that, Jackie? So we're going to take you out of the meeting and call you back after items 4C and 4D have been considered.
Yes, I did hear that, Bob. Thank you very much. And I'll,
Okay, Jackie. Thank you.
I will be absent.
Thank you, Jackie. Okay, so we'll move on to item 4C, which is in the hands of Reddy. Reddy, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm just waiting for my screen to be shared. Bear with me.
You should have authority ready to share your screen.
Thank you. Chairman, if you could let me know when you can see my screen, I'd be grateful.
Will do, Reddy.
Thank you.
Not showing anything yet, Reddy.
Okay. Bear with me, please.
So while that is loading up, can I, again, I've made comment at the opening remarks, but thank Reddy for the effort he's put into this, and also to thank the applicants as well for the cooperation they gave to Reddy and the council in bringing forward this this application and the design and layout. We do know that it is not their standard one, but we do thank you for the consideration you've given to it, bearing in mind that it is one of the gateways into the town. Over to you, Reddy.
Okay. Can members see the screen?
Yes, we can.
The presentation. Thank you. This is a planning application which has been submitted by Planning Potential and their architects, the Harris Partnership, on behalf of Aldi, to erect a new food store, car parking, landscaping and associated works. Just so members are aware, I've just identified what I think are the key issues. The first thing is obviously the principle of development, which because it's outside the town centre. Secondly, the impact of the layout, the design, the landscaping upon the character of the area. Thirdly, transportation implications, and we've also considered the impact on residential amenities. Just to pick up on the first issue, the principle of development, I've gone to some lengths in the report to explain things and why we think as officers that it's acceptable. Just to recap them, basically, the adopted local plan seeks to encourage retail proposals that support and enhance Grantham's role as a sub-regional shopping and leisure destination. So there are sort of strong reasons why this is being supported in terms of the local plan. I should also point out the applicants have carried out a sequential assessment, seeking to demonstrate that there are no other suitable sites more centrally located that are available. And the third point I just need to make on this is that the principle of retail development, members should note, was previously granted for a mixed-use scheme in 2007, and that involved a retail use as a public house and a drive-through fast food restaurant on this particular site. And then back in sort of 2016, planning permission was granted for a pub on that site as well, a Marsden pub. So there's a history of development on this site, and the principle of retail development has been established. But one of the key concerns is that none of the schemes have been implemented. Okay. What I've got for you here is obviously highlighting the site in red, the development site, where it's going. On the top end of the site is Trent Road, so it's located on Trent Road at its junction with Harlaxton Road. And you'll see in front of that there's also a green space right at the top of it, directly opposite it on Trent Road. I'm also going to show you some sort of schemes that were approved on that site, so you can appreciate the context of what's going on in that locality.
I've lost that bottom bit again. Don't tell me what to do. I mentioned to you that the site opposite on Trent Road has had a mixed-use development, and it sort of involves sort of fast food sort of restaurants, a petrol filling station, and the next slide shows you what the sort of appearance of that was going to be. So just bearing in mind that what has been approved in the area and what that scheme is, and it's all in the planning history of the report. This slide here shows the application site. The applicants have gone to some trouble to get sort of high resolution photographs for you, and what this has been achieved by them commissioning a drone to fly across the site and take pictures, so it gives you an idea of what's going on. As I said to you, the site is on the corner of Trent Road and Harlaxton Road, and it's basically a derelict, contaminated site. Needs sort of significant investment in it. It's been neglected, nothing much has happened, and I guess it's classed as previously developed land. And I understand it's been obviously been vacant for a number of years. It was previously used as for industrial purposes, and it's a cleared site. This is the view looking at it from Harlaxton Road, and it just gives you an appreciation of what's happening and what's taking place and what's around it as well. The report before you sets out in full the sort of surrounding land uses, commercial uses at the back of it, and a fire station, lots of residential and more sort of commercial uses as well. And I'm just going to take you around looking at the view, and that's the view looking back into the town centre. So you're actually looking at the back of the site. And the previous images that I showed you were of that green area at the top of the sort of page opposite the site on Trent Road.
Again, that's another image of a close-up, just giving you an idea of what that site looks like out at the moment. And again, that's the view from the back, looking straight into the sort of town centre of Grantham. The next slide is just to show you, give yourself a sort of a bit of appreciation of where the site, where the proposed food store is actually going on that site. So the area marked in blue is where the site is being placed on there. So just to recap, the picture of the aerial shot in front of you is just showing the site again on the corner of Trent Road and Holloxton Road. And I just wanted this image again so you can see if you were like developing this site, what kind of good attributes and what kind of things that you'd be trying to tackle. So the next slide, I'm going to show you the original layout plan submitted by the applicants. And this is their original sort of proposal in terms of how they felt the layout should be externally, in terms of the car parking arrangements, the landscaping, and it went through your council's design review panel meeting, and there were lots of concerns about the lack of landscaping, that it looked very bare, it looked very sort of bland, and it wasn't doing much to improve the sort of streetscape of a sort of that particular site. So that's what you're looking at before is what was actually rejected, and I'm going to take to the slide of what how far we got with this, which show the revised landscaping scheme and the kind of changes that we made. Okay, so as you can see, we've introduced a lot more trees along Trent Road at the northern edge of that site. They're actually being placed on highway land, and we had to negotiate with the County Council Highway Authority to give the developer permission to do that. And what you've got is images of the trees that are going to be placed there. Most of them are going to be sort of lime trees, different type of lime trees, things that will encourage sort of different types of wildlife, things that will have a different image. Then also on Holloxton Road, we've also improved the actual trees that are going to be put there as well. Again, they're going to be various types of lime trees on the external. And the other important thing I want to show you on that plan is along Holloxton Road, we've actually got agreement with the County Council Highway Authority and the developers, and they're going to widen that road by 2 metres. So it gives gives it more of a safer pedestrian feel. So part of this scheme is about encouraging more people to actually walk to the premises, not necessarily drive by a private car. As I said to you, lots of the footpaths within the site have also been rerouted. There's 3 pedestrian routes that people can use to access the site, 2 from Trent Road and 1 from Holloxton Road. The main vehicle access is going to be off Trent Road. And again, my report goes into some details about that. The other important thing as well is that on the corner of that particular plot, the developers have introduced a landscape planter, an area of landscaping. Originally that was just going to have a huge sort of gantry sign, but we asked for that to be removed from that site. It wasn't particularly attractive to do that on a development like this. So again, there's a lot of thought that's gone into it with the developers. And as the chairman explained, we spent a lot of time working positively with Planning Potential and Harris Partnership to get the right kind of details to enable officers to recommend this for approval. So I need to emphasise that they worked very positively with us, and that's why this scheme has gone before your committee in a relatively short space of time. I'm now going to turn to the elevations. I'm going to show you the rejected schemes, and so it just gives you an idea of how we got to where we have. But again, my main the report before you highlights everything in detail. It highlights all the changes that were made, both in landscaping and elevational treatment as well. So the next slide basically shows you what was being proposed at that site. I didn't like it as a planner, as an urban designer. I didn't think it was particularly appropriate in that location. I think it's important when you're dealing with sort of corner sites along major radial routeways that you actually think a bit more deeply about the type of buildings that you want and the kind of messages that you want to send out. And you want something more welcoming, more friendly. And I didn't quite think that an industrial looking warehouse would suit this particular site. So I'm just going to take you through. So there was various schemes that we negotiated on and various things that were submitted. So I'm just going to take you through a couple of schemes that I still wasn't very sort of happy with. Again, these are the rejected schemes, and these are the ones that you'll also see that there's no trees, no landscaping, and trip rails. All these have been removed, and we've enhanced the site as well. And again, this is the image from the access road leading to the site of Trenton Road. And again, I just didn't think it was attractive. I couldn't really support it. If they were going to stick with this design, the recommendation would have been for refusal. And the other thing I want to point out is that we've had a lot of residents' comments on the planning application. We've had 5 additional letters since the report has been circulated, and it's just a reminder to myself that you know, as a planner, that we are planning for people. And I thought it's quite poignant that some of the comments that we've had, if I just highlight them, that you know, what people actually said about the scheme. And there's 2 separate comments from two separate people who live in the area, and I think a lot of emphasis should be placed on what people in the area who are going to use the facility, who are going to sort of walk to it, cycle to it, meet people in the neighbourhood, have to say about it. So let's turn to the scheme. Sorry, bear with me a second, I've gone a bit too fast. That's the revised elevation. One of the key things we did was introduce more glazing. We introduced a bracelet feature because it's more prominent. We went through various bits and pieces in terms of the materials as well, and all that is highlighted on your report. We also took into account the opportunity to minimise crime by facilitating reasonable surveillance of the public areas. And so what I want to do next is just show you the 3D image of what we think the store is going to look like when it's completed. So that's the store, how it looked like. Lots of changes have been made. I'm not proposing to go through all the details, but you can see a lot more landscaping has been provided, trip rails have been removed, planter details have been provided, and there will be mature planting all along. So this view is basically looking at the corner from Trent Road and Hollickston Road, and again, the routing process has been made a lot simpler and a lot more legible, really, for people to navigate around the site, and that's one of the things that we went into as the planners. Now, this image looks really attractive. It's a pleasant sort of spring, summer sort of day, but I also asked for an image of what it might look like in sort of not so pleasant weather. So I'm just going to flick to that one. And again, as you can see, I still think it's an attractive building. We did compromise with them, but this is what things are about. I think it's bespoke. I think it'll lift the area. I've gone to some lengths to explain what the area looks like at the moment, and also to explain on the aerial the drone taken photograph that the site isn't very attractive. And this will set a nice precedent for other nearby development as well that we can use. And the recommendation to your committee is for approval for the reasons outlined in the report. I think the principle is fine. I think the design of it is acceptable. And as I said to you, all the parties involved worked really closely. The Highway Authority, the urban designers, the landscape consultants, Harris Partnership and Planning Potential. And this is the result that we've produced, and I commend the scheme to you, and the recommendation to your committee through you, Chairman, is for approval.
Thank you, Reddy, for a very comprehensive verbal report and some very, excuse me, very interesting pictures as well. Very much appreciated. Could I ask Rebecca Rutter for the applicants to come in now, please? When you're ready, Rebecca, good to see you.
Can you see me, Chair?
Yes, fine. We can see you and hear you.
Wonderful. Good afternoon. My name is Rebecca Rutter and I'm a Property Director for Aldi. Thank you, Chair, for allowing me the opportunity to address members on behalf of Aldi today. The application to be determined by members today involves the relocation of our existing store at South Parade, Grantham. This store is outdated in terms of Aldi's current business model, which offers customers a better environment in which to shop. Prior to submitting the planning application for this site, we undertook a community consultation exercise. This involved sending out nearly 3,000 newsletters to local residents, and in November last year, we held an open consultation event at the Boiler House, very close to the site itself. In response to our consultation, we received 363 letters of support, which represents 95% of those who responded. It is evident, therefore, that the local community are keen to see Aldi relocate to a more suitable premises, as well as wanting a store in this particular location. Throughout the entire process, we've worked closely with your officers to address any concerns raised. Specifically, my architect and planning consultants have attended the council's design panel and have taken on board comments in relation to elevation treatment and landscaping. In terms of all other planning matters, Aldi's consultant team have worked hard to provide the necessary technical information, and alterations to the original scheme have been made in line with the comments and feedback received. As noted in the officer's report, the site has a history of planning consents for commercial uses, and I can assure members today that Aldi are fully committed to delivering this regeneration opportunity. Aldi will bring a number of benefits, including local jobs, investment, and convenient shopping choice. We respectfully ask, therefore, that members support the officer recommendation and vote for approval. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Rebecca, and again, personally to you, thank you for all the cooperation that Aldi gave our planning officers and the council. Thank you. We'll now move on to questions, please, to the applicant and the case officer. Can you call the first one in, please?
Councillor Dilks.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Reddy, for the presentation. I just wanted to ask, the first sort of key material issue that you raised was, of course, principle of development outside of the town centre. And you will know, of course, that the full council last week approved the bid to government to get, I think it's £8 million to help develop the town centre of or the high street in Grantham. And really, I just wanted your view really on. I hear what you said, that there is not a suitable town centre site available for this sort of development, but what sort of impact, if any, will this have on the future of the high street? Thank you.
Before asking Reddy to reply, Phil, could I remind members we are only allocated 10 minutes, so if they could get to the questions quickly, that would be helpful. Reddy?
Sorry. Okay. Thank you, Councillor. We went to some lengths to assess the impact of this proposal on the town centre, and we asked for very detailed information from the applicants in what they submitted to back up their arguments. At the end of the day, it's always sad to see a store having to leave a particular unit and relocating elsewhere. But as you heard from the sort of property director, the reason that they're doing it is actually they're investing in Grantham. They're investing in the locality, and they're here to stay for a while. They just need better premises, and the existing premises, the way it's been explained to me by their planning consultants, are no longer fit for purpose. There's lots of things that they need to do. If they could have stayed where they were, I'm sure they would have done. But from my sort of perspective, and also from the policy team who helped me go through the various planning reports justifying that particular location, they're satisfied that the harm that would be caused to the town centre would be limited. But I also take into account that we need to have a town centre strategy. We need to invest in the town centre, and as you quite rightly said, there are things taking place generally to try and do that.
Okay, Phil.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Ian Selby. Ian, question to Rebecca.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. My question is on behalf of all car users. Relocating from South Parade. At South Parade, you've got pokey little car park spaces. They really are tight, and you get accidents, a lot of accidents in car parks because of the size of the space. You've now got a golden opportunity to create a really good car park here that will encourage shoppers. And I'll say that Sainsbury's is a very good example of how to present a car park space. Will you be therefore providing a car park space that really would be helpful to all car users, please? That's a question to Rebecca. Thank you.
Fit for purpose is probably the comment you want to hear, Rebecca.
Yeah.
Hello. Yes, look, that's one of the key reasons we want to move. The site that we are currently trading from is too small for the purposes that we need today, as covered by Reddy. So we would be providing bigger spaces than we currently have on our trading store.
Thank you very much. Also, bear in mind that cars today are a little bit bigger than what they used to be. They make them slightly bigger. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Ian. There's no more names in the chat box, so I am assuming that members have no further questions. So we'll move on to debate, please. Anybody wish to start a debate? Councillor Reid. Oh, sorry, let me get this right. First Phil Dilks and then Councillor Reid, please.
Yeah, I asked him a question and I thank Reddy for the answer on it. But I would like to say, first of all, that this application shows the value of the design panel that we now have in place. I think that is a very good step forward and allows big developers, if I can call them that, to come and have a discussion before we get into getting too late when it comes to the planning committee to make these changes. I like the design that you've come up with between you all, and I thank you for working together to get to that. Because I don't want to be too harsh, but some shall we say, some supermarkets that have sprung up in recent years have not been the most attractive buildings that we've seen, and I'm really so pleased to see that it is clearly a big investment in Grantham, and thank you for doing that, Aldi. And I think I'd end by saying, please can we have one in the Deepins of this design, please? Thank you. I'd be very happy to support this.
Never misses the commercial opportunity. Well done, Phil. Can I add my comments and support to those that you've said about the design pad, and particularly to Richard Shaw and David Singleton? Their input into this was quite considerable, and as with you, Phil, I think the design pad is a superb vehicle for getting the right sort of designs in the right places. Councillor Reid, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I would firstly like to herald on this occasion par excellence to the case officer that has worked so diligently on bringing forward a scheme that will enhance one of the entrances to Grantham and will be well received aesthetically with some of the nice architecture of the houses that come in as you come in from the A1 that way. I'd like to relate a short story in that 30 years ago, when in Oakham, Tesco's wanted to slap a basic Tesco's store in the middle of Oakham, the chair of planning, God bless him, the late chair of planning, and much younger than both you and I, Bob, took it upon himself to go and visit the architecture of several ones in the area, and then he worked the scheme up with officers to what Oakham currently have 30 years on. And this, looking at the tree line and the infrastructure that is now proposed as to when it was rejected, it clearly shows that this will become an excellent facility. So it's that story that I wish to attach to the reason for saying thank you, Reddy, for where you've come from. I endorse your opinion and support for the design pad, how it enhances what we have in our planning permissions, and I shall be wanting to support the application and be quite happy to second Phil if that's the way it goes. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert, and I fully endorse all the comments that you have made. Councillor Cottier, John, please.
Thank you, Bob. Again, it's nice to see a development come through which is actually enhances the environment that it's going to sit into rather than be an eyesore. My only concern is to do with, again, a car park that we could really be putting in an environmentally smart car park to allow us for them to generate electricity rather than it just sitting there doing nothing all day or being a block paved area like they normally are for Aldi. Other than that, I fully support this proposal and look forward to the vote.
Thank you, John. Councillor Selby wishes to speak. Ian? Can you unmute yourself, Ian?
Oh, sorry, Mr. Chairman, I'm struggling to get my video up.
We'll settle for your voice.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Aldi's certainly my first choice of supermarket. I don't know whether I should declare an interest there, Mr. Chairman, but I certainly like Aldi's. And I think this particular site, I think it'll help to alleviate traffic at the junction of the Bridge End Road where the McDonald's is, which becomes quite a congested area, that does, Mr. Chairman. So I think it'll help the town from that perspective. I do think as well this will where it's going to be positioned, it's not far from the Earlsfield estate, and I think it will appeal to the Earlsfield shoppers. And also, I believe that the people there will want to walk down as well. It's not far to the Aldi store from there. So so for the improvements that they've suggested for pedestrians, I'm pleased to see that. I was pleased to hear the comments with regarding the car parking spaces with the question that I asked there. Although this is further for me to travel, Mr. Chairman, to use the facility, I do think this will be very good for the town, and I'm pleased to support it. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for that, Ian. Councillor Harish, Business Thing. Harish?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree with everything that has been said, and also I would congratulate our officer, Mr.
Reddy.
Yeah, Reddy. I would very much I like this design. I like it the way it's been laid out, especially taking landscaping into the environment. I would very much like Aldi and probably Reddy to help with the current proposal or consultation that's going on with regard to the Stamford Aldi. And I think the approach similar to that from the road that's been laid out here, if that will benefit Stamford Uffington Road much better. And I would fully commend that. I'll support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Harish. Councillor Bellamy. David, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, I'd also like to thank Reddy. I think the department in general have done a cracking job on this one, and a good presentation as well. This site's been derelict for years. The current Aldi site doesn't really lend itself too well to protect pedestrian access, and by moving, obviously we've got a bigger store, and this site does lend itself to better pedestrian access and to more people in general. I think Aldi is very popular. I do use it myself, like Councillor Selby. The thing about the town centres, I don't think we have room in Grantham for another supermarket in the right in the town centre. Bearing in mind we've already got Asda, Sainsbury's and Morrison's in the town centre, and it's not unusual for a supermarket to be on the perimeter or periphery slightly, as with Stamford, for instance, and Melton Mowbray as well. So I'll be definitely supporting the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Councillor Clark, Louise, please.
Thank you. I don't like to speak unnecessarily, but I just did want to say that I think this is such a fantastic application, and I would like to echo the commendations already, particularly in terms of assisting with the design, and also Rebecca actually in terms of working with this process, because I think the relevant jobs and amenities this will bring to the area, and particularly Earlsfield, as Ian's pointed out, is fantastic. And this isn't a criticism at all, because I think the consultation was also fantastic. I was included within the consultation as well. The only thing I would like to say in terms of from the SKDC side, not Rebecca Rutter's side, is that I would like the opportunity to have been able to, as the ward member for Earlsfield, to discuss kind of community bridges as well earlier on in the process, because obviously it was a difficult thing to do without compromising one's place on the planning committee. So I was in a difficult position as a member of the planning committee and as ward member, because what I would have liked to have done is discuss a more in-depth connectivity between existing groups in the community, because Earlsfield has a whole raft and suite of small community provision. And Aldi has obviously a fantastic reputation of community engagement, and so I would have liked to have introduced Aldi representatives to various small groupings that perhaps don't have the same prominence and advertising as others, and then perhaps maybe link up some support there as well. So I look forward to this vote, because I think we hopefully are working towards a positive vote for this and supporting this application, and then potentially speaking to Rebecca afterwards separately how we can kind of set up those linkages. Thank you.
Thank you, Elise. Before I call on the next speaker, I think you perhaps should have a word with the legal team. There's nothing stopping a member speaking to anything to do with planning, as long as they don't indicate they have predetermined what their position is going to be, Louise. So please feel free at any time to talk to those people, but that's the only danger. Don't give any indication of what your position might be, if that helps. But speak to the planning team and I'm sure they'll put you right. Okay.
Chairman, sorry, the other important thing, sorry, on that is it's always best to have a planning officer when you're meeting those kind of developers with you.
Very good point, Reddy, and thank you for making it. Absolutely right. Councillor Exton, Mike, please.
Can I, it's just a remark, Mr. Chairman. Will the same cooperation and design team be working with the pending application for the oldie site in Stamford, because this is a brilliant design, and I think a similar type of cooperation with the Stamford, for the Stamford site when it comes in, would be a reasonable request. Thank you.
I don't know the answer to that, but I will find out, Mike, outside of this meeting and come back to you. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Mike, thank you. Councillor Rosemary Cabery-Brown. Rosemary, please.
Yes, just to say congratulations to the entire team. I think our planning office has done brilliantly with this. I think Oldie themselves have done a fantastic job. What I would like, now I've got a little speaking spot, is to say, ask if they could put more disabled parking spots on their sites than they have done in Sleaford and Lincoln to date. And the disabled car spots, could they be somewhere close to where you get your trolley? In other words, some supermarkets will put the disabled parking area and then the trolley kind of seems like a quarter of a mile away. So can it all be designed around that particular part? Also, I was going to say, no, basically just congratulations, and I think it's super. Oh, I know what I was going to say. The old oldie we had, Phil, talking to Phil Dilks, this wasn't in the town centre. it was still outside the town. So this is just going to be a super development, much needed on brownfield land. And yes, I'm going to give it full support. In fact, I will either propose it or second it if you wish me to. Thank you.
Thank you, Rosemary, and I'm sure Reddy and Rebecca will bear in mind the comments that you've made about parking for the disabled. There are there's no further speakers, although Harish has come back to say, is there any suggestion of car charging points? I don't know whether either Reddy or Rebecca wish to quickly comment on that. Reddy, perhaps?
Yeah, I can answer that. There will be car charging points provided as part of the development, and they're next to the store. It's identified hopefully in the report as well, yes, but there'll be electrical vehicle charging points provided.
Okay, I'm breaking the rules here. Louise has asked, please include changing places and toilets. Is that anything you can comment on, Reddy?
I haven't looked at those particular facilities, but I'm sure that we can negotiate with Aldi to make sure that the right facilities are provided. Because it's a new store, the legislation requires certain things to be provided, and I'd imagine that those kind of facilities will be provided as part of this development. I'll speak to planning potential, clarify that as a question, and respond that back to Councillor Clack so she has it in writing.
Sorry, if I may, so just to be clear, Chair, it's actually changing places toilets. They're actually specific toilets for people with profound and multiple disabilities, and so they're larger than the standard accessible toilets. And Reddy, it's my understanding that from March 2021, they'll be compulsory in all developments of this size anyway, and so just something to think about in terms of moving forward on a good footing. So I'll email you separately, Reddy, if that's okay. And yeah,
that's
thank you.
Perfectly fine, thank you.
Okay, Louise. Reddy did say he will follow that up with you after this meeting, etc. Okay, no further speakers, no further points. It sounds as though this application has got got unanimous support. Councillor Cabry-Brown has said she will propose approval. Could I have a seconder for that, please?
Already proposed it, Mr. Chairman.
Sorry, was that Councillor Selby?
It was, Mr. Chairman. I've already proposed it in the comments.
Oh, sorry, I've not picked that up. We'll take Councillor Cabry-Brown's proposal and your seconder in, if I may, and we'll move to the vote, please. Naomi?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Councillor David Bellamy?
For.
Councillor Harris Bisnath-Singh?
For.
Councillor Louise Clack?
For.
Councillor John Cottier?
For.
Councillor Phil Dilks?
Definitely for.
Councillor Mike Exton?
For.
Councillor Rosemary Cabry-Brown?
For.
Councillor Penny Milnes?
For.
Councillor Robert Reid?
For.
Councillor Ian Selby?
For.
Councillor Judy Smith?
For.
And Councillor Bob Adams?
For.
Okay, that proposition is carried. Thank you.
Thank you, Naomi. We'll now move on to item 4D, and after this item, we will break for, say, half an hour for a spot of lunch. Before we go on to 4D, does any member wish for a quick comfort break?
No, I'm all right at the moment.
Okay, can I take that? I'll take that as read that everybody's okay then, and move on to application 4D. Chris Brown, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Joe, would you please be able to make me a presenter so I can share my screen, please?
Should have access now, Chris.
Okay. Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Chairman. If you could let me know when my presentation is loaded up and available to view.
We're on.
I'd be grateful if, Chairman, if you could just confirm that you can see the presentation for me.
Sorry, yes, I can. I'm sorry, I'd forgotten I got the microphone off. Yes, Chris, we can.
That's excellent. Thank you, Chairman. So yes, this application is the proposed development of an industrial unit under use classes B1A, B2 and B8 with associated ancillary offices, service yard and car parking. The key issues raised as part of this application are considered to be the principle of development, the impact on the character of the area and neighbouring residential amenity. The site is located not very far from the previous application at all, so we're still in the southwest of Grantham, with the site located on Hanbury Avenue and access from Springfield Road. Zooming further in, the site is located between Springfield Road and Harlexton Road and to the rear of the Baird's Mole building. The site is adjacent to allotments to the east of the site, a care home to the southeast, and a further care home is permitted to the north of the site at the former Magistrates building. A new co-op has also recently opened on the corner of Springfield Road and Hanbury Avenue. The site is on previously developed land, with a depot occupying the site until around 2005. Now this is a drone view. You'll notice that this has been stolen from Reddy's previous presentation. However, given the close proximity of this site, it also shows that this site proposal now as well. The site is proposed behind the second and the slightly lower of the two Baird's Mole buildings that you can see in the centre of the slide. The existing site location plan shows the outline of the site with Springfield Road. And then moving quickly onto the photos, so this is the view into the site from the existing access gate from Hanbury Avenue, where members visited the site last week. This is now the view west towards the second of the Baird's Mole buildings. This is now from sort of the entrance to the site and on just off Springfield Road onto Hanbury Avenue, again looking towards the Baird's Mole buildings. The site is now to the right-hand side. This is now looking straight down Hanbury Avenue towards Springfield Road from the access gate to the site. This is the Apple Tree Care Home that's been fairly recently completed, which is along Hanbury Avenue. And again, from the other view now, looking down Springfield Road down to the site. This is now looking east. This co-op has now since opened from when the picture was taken. And now looking back west, this is looking back towards where we were with the previous Audi application along Springfield Road with Brickkiln Place flat development there on the left-hand side. The proposed site plan shows a single building identified as Unit 1 in the centre of the screen. Access is shown from Springfield Road with car parking to the front of the building and vehicle turning and service yard to the rear of the building. The area shown as proposed future expansion is not included as part of this application. However, this shows the intent of the applicant to expand in the future rather than have to move premises to grow again. The proposed warehouse plan shows the internal floor plan of the building. This is predominantly warehouse use with a small workshop area and then a two-storey section of office space to the front corner of the proposed building. Now this is the floor plan of the two-storey office area. This in total is approximately just less than 450 square metres out of a total area of just less than 2,000 square metres for the whole building. The proposed elevations show the frontage to the site, which is at the top of the four pictures on your screen. The rear of the building is then second down with the service yard, service doors shown, and then the two bottom pictures are the two side elevations. The building is predominantly grey cladding with flashes of orange, which is as per the corporate colours of the applicant. The building will be up to 11.52 metres to the ridge in height and 9 metres in total to the eaves. Moving on to the site sections, the top picture there of your slide shows the existing view from the eastern side of the site looking west with the two Baird's Mole buildings prominent, and then the bottom picture shows it with the proposed unit added in. And again, the same again, this is now looking north, slightly northwest, so this is from Springfield Road, and again the Baird's Mole buildings can be seen on the left hand side now, and the bottom slide showing the building there. The proposed surfacing plan shows the areas of landscaping to the front of the site around the car park area, and then a concrete base to the rear of the site, the service yard. The fencing and boundary treatment plan essentially uses the existing metal palisade fencing around the site, together with adding a further boundary treatment of the metal palisade fence to match the existing to the rear boundary. And then finally, the proposed cycling and smoking shelter. The cycling store is to the front of the building, the smoking shelter on a separate landscape bit to the rear of the building. In terms of the evaluation of the application, the principle of development is considered to be acceptable. The site is previously developed land and has previously had a proposal for residential use on the land refused due to the proximity of the Beds Moor building. That was refused in early 2017. The proposal is for a company already based in Grantham that is seeking to expand. The company has seen growth from 3 local staff in 2011 to 16 staff now in 2019, and will grow to 20 full-time staff as part of this application, together with further room for expansion on this site. The proposal is considered to have positive contributions to the local supply chain, including local engineering services, materials, and local services. There's also regular use of local training and education establishments by the applicant, with 11 employees have completed further education courses at Grantham College, and an active apprenticeship scheme in operation with 7 completed apprenticeships. No objections have been received from statutory consultees. This includes from the Environmental Protection Team. They did initially request a second noise assessment to be submitted with the application and have accepted this, with no impact on neighbouring residential uses of the care homes, which are both in excess of 50 metres away from the proposed building. The Environmental Protection Team also visited the existing site of the applicant, located on the Alma Park Industrial Estate, to view their current operation. Highways impacts have also been considered and considered acceptable, with a small gain in movements compared to the existing site, but still a very low overall traffic impact, with less than 1 large HGV movement to the site per day. No objections have been received from any neighbours, and the application is recommended for approval subject to conditions. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Chris. Mr. George Mander for the applicants, please.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
We can hear you. Can't see you, but we can hear you.
Okay, let me try the video link again. It might be, I think it's disabled. Apologies. This may work.
Right, yeah, we can see you now.
So yeah, we've not got a written statement per se. We've worked closely with South Kesteven Planning for a number of years, 3 years plus, in order to get a scheme that is fit for purpose, in line with planning guidelines per se, and that allows an established company to stay in the area of Grantham. They've got no reason to leave, and see this as something they want to continue to do, and continue to employ local workforce, develop youth through the expansion that they're anticipating over the next few years, and they're just grateful for the support that the planning team have given them, really. That's it, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Mander. We now have questions to the case officer and the applicant. Ian Selby, question please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'm not very happy, I have to say. My question, I'm seeking assurances that all pollution measures are addressed. There is history of pollution in this particular area, as it's been mentioned that the Environmental Protection Team have viewed it. However, when we went for the site visit, the gate was locked. We didn't get access to the site itself. One thing's being told that there's nothing to see. Well, I want to see that there's nothing to see. My question, Mr. Chairman, is in relation to the ground investigation report that's on the council's website, dated February 2016, page 10. It states there with regarding radon. The site is in an intermediate probability radon area as between 5 and 10% of homes are above the action level. Basic protection measures will be required to be incorporated in the building design. There is nothing in the recommendations to this application, Mr. Chairman, in relation to radon, which is actually the second biggest cancer killer, I believe, with 1,100 deaths per year in relation to radon, second to only lung cancer. So I'd like to ask what measures have been undertaken with regarding the site and in relation to building design. Obviously solutions are radon membranes that can be used as a gas type barrier across the footprint of the site. So that is my question, please, Mr. Chairman. I would like an assurance on all pollution measures on the site, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Ian. Mr. Mander, are you able to respond to that?
Yeah, certainly. Thank you for the question. We're not geotechnical experts by any stretch of the imagination. The environmental health officer or team have reviewed the information within the submission. I would have felt that they would have flagged up anything specifically of a concerning nature through Chris. We've not heard of any concerns that they have, but certainly the development will take on the radon risk in association with it, and we were happy to make that a condition that we respect the ground conditions that we've got and ensure that what we're doing is developed with a suitable strategy for that, be it a thicker gauge, damp proof, stroke, gas protection membrane, and any other thing that we feel we need to do with regard to on-site measurements or any kind of further treatment, etc.
Chris, is there anything you can do on a condition there? Does it need a condition?
I'm happy to come in, Chairman. I mean, my view would be that it doesn't need a condition. The applicant did submit that ground contamination assessment. The Environmental Protection Team have seen that document and approved that document, so they are happy. I would add that the proposal is obviously not for residential use, so radon is then considered considerably less of an issue because it's not residential use. And I also added it's exactly the same. It's not specific to this site. It is a general Grantham area thing with the radon. It would have been exactly the same scenario for the previous Aldi application, for instance. With this one, Environmental Protection have viewed the documents provided. They don't have any objections. If committee do wish, I'm happy to draft a condition that would effectively be for works to be in accordance with the ground contamination assessment that's been submitted. I'm happy to add that if committee consider that necessary, but my view would be that it's not necessary. But I'll leave that over to the committee to come back to me on that one, but happy to add it if need be.
Councillor Selby, any comment?
Yes, thank you very much indeed to the officer and also to Mr. Mander for those responses. Yes, I would like to ask if something just a few lines could be included, as the case officer has indicated, to the recommendations, please, Mr. Chairman. Okay,
we'll see if the rest of the committee go along with it, Ian.
Councillor Bisnell-Singh.
Thank you, Councillor Bisnell-Singh.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm on very similar sort of a ground. I would like to ask questions to Chris, as already been indicated that our environmental officers has been at it. What was the site used for before it became as a brownfield site? Are there any contaminants? If so, what are they?
Thank you, Councillor. So the site was previously a very large depot building that I think was removed in 2005. There was contamination with the previous building, but that was related to the asbestos that was used in the construction of the previous building. So that's sort of not in the ground as such. That was in relation to the previous building. I'm aware from actually speaking to one of the other councillors that's had to remove herself from the meeting that she was involved in the demolition of that and was very supportive of new building coming forward on this site. So no, there's not considered any contamination with the site. It's just a normal concrete site. So for instance, other than works for foundation, there's no residential use of the site and very otherwise little sort of disturbance to the site in terms of the erection of the building.
Thank you, Chris. Mr. Mander, do you want to add anything to that? No?
No, I think that covers it. You know, we'd be happy to look at it or accept a condition that whereby any investigative works or further works need to be done, or the works need to be, as Chris suggested, in conjunction with the strategy that's been outlined per se.
Thank you, Mr. Mander. Are members happy to accept that as an additional condition?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Okay. Would you?
Yes.
I'll take it as there's no objections. Yes, Chris, if you could phrase a condition along those lines, that would be extremely helpful. There are no other speakers or no other member wishing to ask questions of either the case officer or the applicant. Can we move on to debate, please? All right. Does anybody wish to move a proposition that we approve the application?
I will, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'll second it.
Propose that we accept the recommendation.
Thank you, Mike, and Councillor Bishna Singh has seconded that. Phil, you've come into the chat box. You wish to say something?
I did before you took the motions, but simply to say, you know, and I'm sure I hope we're all thinking this. Thank you to Chris for the work that you've done on it and with the applicants. Thank you. This is an application that you know. Will transform a long time derelict site and allow a growing Grantham business to continue to grow and create jobs. Thank you.
Thank you, Phil. Sorry if I jumped the gun a bit there, Phil.
No, I didn't.
Probably jumped the gun on Ian Selby as well. Ian, you've in the chat box again.
You did, Mr. Chairman. You did jump the gun. Yes, I'd just like to say I'm reassured by the comments from Mr. Mander and also our case officer. So thank you very much indeed for those. Just as Phil has alluded to, yes, this is a company that's at the moment is based in Alma Park, a small company. Yeah, a very, very good company, I have to say. And you know, they obviously want to expand, and they want to you know, create a nice workforce here for us here in Grantham, and the workforce that will be relocated to this site. Well, they'll only have a short walk to go to Aldi's to get their lunch, won't they? So yeah, I'm pleased to support this application now, Mr. Chairman. I've been given those reassurances, and yeah, I think this will be very, very good for the workforce, and yeah, very good all round. Thank you.
Thank you, Ian. There's no other speakers indicated in the chat box. It has been proposed by Councillor Exton and seconded by Councillor Biswas Singh that we approve the application. Can we take a vote, please, Naomi?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can I please confirm if that proposition includes the additional condition mentioned? Because if so, members will need to vote with that in mind.
Yes, it does.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Councillor David Bellamy.
For.
Councillor Harish Biswas Singh.
For.
Councillor Louise Clack.
For.
Councillor John Cottier.
For.
Councillor Phil Dilks.
For.
Councillor Mike Exton.
For.
Councillor Rosemary Cabery Brown.
For.
Councillor Penny Milnes.
For.
Councillor Robert Reid.
For.
Councillor Ian Selby.
For.
Councillor Judy Smith.
For.
And Councillor Bob Adams.
For.
I can confirm that that proposition is carried. Thank you.
Thank you, Naomi. I'm now going to move that we have a lunch break, half an hour, shall we say, be back for 1:15. Everybody happy with that?
Yes, thank you.
I'll take that as a
Can you
yes.
send the lunch round then, Bob?
Sorry, Phil?
Can you send the lunch round?
Well, you'll have a virtual lunch, Phil. And it's on its way now. Okay, we'll be back for 1:15, please. I'll send you a glass of wine as well, Phil.
What about me, Mr. Chairman?
You've told me you don't drink.
Oh yeah, partial to red wine, yes.
I am signing out. Acting, Joe. Is Naomi there?
Yes, I'm here, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, let's do a roll call then, and while we're waiting for Will to come back in.
Will do.
Thank you.
Councillor Bob Adams.
Present.
Councillor Judy Smith.
Present.
Councillor David Bellamy. Councillor Bellamy, are you with us? Right, I'll come back to Councillor Bellamy. Councillor Harish Bisnal Singh. Thank you.
Can you put your microphone on and say present, please, Harry?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, the microphones were still muted, so we've now released them for all members.
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Councillor Bellamy present.
Right, yes, thank you. Sorry, Mr. Chairman, I hadn't realised that.
Thank you, David.
Councillor Louise Clack.
Oh, present, thank you. Sorry, just one.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor John Cottier.
Present.
Councillor Phil Dilks.
Thanks for the lunch, Mr. Chairman.
Councillor Mike Exton.
You very well. Did you enjoy the wine?
Absolutely.
Councillor Mike Exton.
Oh, I don't know.
It looks like Councillor Exton is not currently in the call, so we'll come back to that. Councillor Rosemary Cavery Brown.
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Penny Milnes.
Present.
Councillor Robert Reid.
Present.
Councillor Ian Selby.
Present.
Councillor Jackie Smith.
Present.
Thank you. So at the minute it just looks like we'll probably need to contact Councillor Mike Exton to make sure that he can get back in the meeting.
His picture's on, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
He may have just left it on and while he went for his lunch.
In the participants tab, when you bring it up with the list, it says he's not in the call. So Joe will get in contact with IT and see if we can get someone in touch with him.
Okay, thanks for that, Naomi. Do we do a roll call of the officers again as well, Joe? Or?
So long as we have the ones we need, Mr. Chairman, then we are okay. I'm just trying to see who we need for this next one. I think it's Miranda.
Yes, Brown. I'm here.
Oh, no, it's not.
Miranda, are you with us?
I'm here, yes.
Fine, thank you. Okay, I think then we can move on with your agreement, Miranda, and that of members. I think we will do 4E and D together, but then take two separate votes rather than have sort of two debates. Would members be happy with that?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Fine. Okay, then we'll start again. Then, Miranda, the ball's in your court. Then.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, members. I'm just shared my screen with you. Would you be able to just let me know that you can actually see that?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. Yes, I can see.
Yes, it is visible, Miranda.
Okay, thank you.
You're not allowed to
I've had mine. 1 second, sorry, I'm just...
Robert, turn your microphone off, please.
All right. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'm sorry, but I don't think it's quite sharing it how I expected it to. So just bear with me 1 second.
If you try, are you sharing your desktop, Miranda?
I'm wanting to share my second screen, which has got just the presentation on.
I was going to say, if you try F5, that would normally take you into presentation mode.
It's done it. Thank you.
Well, just Mr. Chairman, trying to get hold of Councillor Exton. Are you wanting to proceed without him, bearing in mind that if he's not present, he won't be able to participate?
I'm sorry, you're asking that question to.
No, sorry, Miranda,
Chairman.
asking me.
Yeah.
Can we
Yes,
get a
I
phone
thought so.
call to him to see if he's available? I haven't got my phone, otherwise I'd ring him.
Yep, IT are contacting him at the moment, so it's just whether you just want to pause for a,
Well,
for a
let's
minute.
let's leave it a few seconds and see if he's able to join us.
I can see Councillor Exton now. Councillor Exton, can you confirm and talk for us, please?
Yes, Joe. Yeah.
Brilliant. We've got him back. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mike.
Okay, thank you, Chairman.
Okay, Miranda.
Okay, so this application is number S20-0661 and 0662, and it is for the construction of a new public art gallery and associated improvements. It's for planning permission and listed building consent. Primarily it's for the construction of an art gallery within the grounds of Grimthorpe Castle. The proposal also includes alterations and improvements to existing visitor facilities, and the proposal will include a new car park. The key issues raised in this case are the design and the visual impact of the museum, heritage impact, drainage and highway safety, ecology and biodiversity, and sustainability. This plan shows the application site outlined in red, but if I move on to the next slide, I'm sorry, I'm just going to pick up the pointer. The image shows here the existing Grimthorpe Castle site, and to the north of the application site you can see, I'm just pointing it out, is Grimthorpe Castle itself, and the application site is this section here. This is the proposed, this image shows the proposed application site, and I'll point out to you where the access road is off the A151, so that's just here. The area here to the south of the site is where they have proposed a new car park. Existing buildings that are within the site will be altered and converted into a shop, education centre and cafe, and that's in this area here. And this is the site where the art gallery will be positioned. This plan shows more details of the proposed car park. Visitors will be able to access the car park via the A151, which I'm indicating here. The proposal alters current arrangements to allow two-way movement at the east access, rather than the existing arrangement where it sees visitors entering the site along the North Avenue. The car park will be screened by tree planting. The new tree planting is indicated with green circles on the plan. And the car park and the trees outlined in black are existing planting. Moving on from the car park, visitors will be able to enter the site, which is just here, and through the ticketing office will be here, and they will be able to enter the old coach house, through the old coach house and into the courtyard area. This slide shows a visual from the approach from the car park. This is the existing image, and on the right hand side is an image showing what it will look like with the proposed ticket office where I'm indicating here. You can see to the rear of the picture the old coach house building. This drawing shows the old coach house as it is existing. This building is a Grade 2 listed building in its own right. The main alteration to the coach house is the creation of an archway through the centre of the building, which will create a walkway through into the courtyard beyond. This is a view of the coach house as it is at the moment from the other side of the archway, so when you're in the courtyard itself. And this is the image of it from inside the courtyard, but as proposed with the walkway. These images show the proposed and current view of the courtyard. At the top of the screen here, this is how it is as existing, and this is the proposed courtyard area. You can see there is going to be additional tree planting in this area. And the building here to the left, which is the old stables, that will be converted into a cafe. These are the drawings of the existing stables. There's not much of an alteration in the appearance of this building, other than to the rear there will be an extension which will allow for toilets at the back there. And this image here is the proposed view of the stables. As you can see from within the courtyard, there isn't much of a change in its appearance. Moving on from the courtyard area towards the site of the museum, this image shows the existing laundry building and the area of land adjacent to woodland where the museum will be sited.
Miranda, while you've had a break there, we have just about reached or passed our 3-hour mark. Could I have a proposal, please, that we continue and determine the rest of the applications, please?
I'll second it.
Thank you very much. Unless anybody's going to tell me they're opposed, I'll take that as read. Okay, thank you. Sorry, Miranda, thank you.
That's okay, Chairman, thank you. This next drawing shows an outline of the ground floor of the museum. You can just see the outline of the museum and the shape of it from this plan. To the rear, you can see the footprint of the old laundry building, which I showed you in the previous photograph, which will remain in situ. This plan here shows the first floor plan of the museum. To show the north and west views of the proposed gallery, the design is very contemporary and quite unique. To enable you to visualise what the building will look like, here are some existing and proposed visuals which show with and without the gallery. So this is the old laundry building in the top photograph here, and in this image here it shows this is with the proposed gallery, and you can just see the roof of the old laundry building behind it. The existing palette of materials across the site ranges from limestone of the castle to the estate yard, where there is a mixture of brick, timber and local limestone, with the old laundry building adjacent to the site being limestone. It is proposed that the gallery will utilise English limestone externally to the solid walls and a range of limestone internally selected as appropriate for floors, walls and vaulted ceilings. The exact quarry for the limestone is yet to be selected, and that has been added as a condition on the list of building consent. This elevation shows the north-east elevation of the museum. Again, to help you visualise this, this is an artist's impression of what the gallery will look like from the north-east elevation. This image shows views from the east of the castle. The picture on the left is the existing view, and the picture on the right shows, you can just see in red, the outline of the proposed museum. However, in summer, the museum from this viewpoint won't be visible at all. And finally, the evaluation of the proposal is that Grimsthorpe Castle is a Grade 1 listed building surrounded by extensive parkland and a historic park and garden. North east of the castle are Grade 2 listed buildings, including the coach house. The proposal is supported by local plan policies. Less than substantial harm has been identified to the park and garden and the Grimsthorpe Castle itself, and these are outweighed and justified by the public benefit of the proposal. Design is supported by the Historic England and our Historic Buildings Advisor. 270 car parking spaces are considered acceptable, and the local highway authority have no objections. Surface water and drainage scheme is considered to be acceptable. There is a comprehensive ecology report submitted with the application. The tree protection measures are considered to be satisfactory. The development is also considered to be sustainable development in line with policy. The recommendation is therefore the approval of planning permission and for listed building consent with conditions as described in the late items paper. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Miranda, for a very fluent presentation. First question to Miranda from Phil Dilks, please.
Now, Mr. Chairman, I was happy to speak in debate. That's what I was indicating. Don't wish to take the time up now. I think it's a fantastic application, and I will be supporting it, but I would like to speak in debate. Thank you.
Sorry, Phil, you did say that in the chat box. My apologies. Has anybody any questions to Miranda? Before we go into the... yes, Ian. Sorry, Councillor Selby.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, just a quick question regarding the I do like this application, but the question is regarding security measures for the art gallery. I mean, they've got some fabulous artwork at Grimsthorpe Castle. Francisco de Zabarian, portrait of Benjamin, other fabulous paintings. So, basically, what security measures are they put in place for the artwork? Thank you.
Thank you, Ian.
I believe there is quite a bit of information within the application. Obviously, the museum will be very secure, and the artwork will be secure. But for obvious reasons, the detail of that can't be shown on any drawings or any plans. But I understand that the security of the artwork has been a main concern when they've designed the gallery.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay, and I understand the question, but it is really a matter for them and not a material planning consideration for ourselves, but I do understand where you're coming from. Okay, before we go into a debate, Miranda, I know we all appreciated the site visit, and I wonder if on behalf of the planning committee you could send our thanks to them for the attention and the detail that they gave to us on that site visit. It was extremely helpful.
Of course, I will do.
Thank you.
Yes, I fully agree with that.
Sorry, Mike, are you telling me you want to ask a question?
Yes, it's to Miranda.
I beg your pardon.
Very, very quickly. It's we encourage the supermarkets and that to go down the environmental side. I noticed 270 parking spaces is considered acceptable. You know, couldn't we encourage these people to do what we do with electric points? We were worth mentioning it. That's what, what the position is. That's how I, think we should encourage them to do the same.
Yeah, good point, Mike. Is there any anything to cover that point, please, Miranda?
The application actually was submitted with a quite comprehensive transport assessment and transport statement. I would have to read through there to see if there was any anything indicating that, but the applicants have been very careful to make sure that the design of the museum itself, that everything was as sustainable as possible. So they have put quite a lot of thought into the things like impact on the environment. But I wouldn't have an answer to that straight away.
Would you be happy to look into that and go back to Councillor Exton later on?
Yes.
Fine. Thanks, Miranda. Are you happy with that, Mike?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much indeed. I can't see anybody that wants to ask questions. We've got 3 or 4 that wish to speak in the debate. So,
excuse me, Chairman.
Sorry, Judy, have I missed you?
Well, before on these the chat bit, before Debbie had put about application and Mandy had put something, I had put speak please, and I wanted to speak in debate. So actually, my name should be the first one to speak in the debate.
In that case, you'll kick the debate off then, Judy, please.
Thank you. It's not often I get the opportunity. Anyway.
I don't refuse you.
I'll give you a bottle of wine. When you get through all the preliminaries of the application, you very soon realise that Miranda Beavers, the report author for these two applications, has great feeling for the place and surrounds of Grimsthorpe Castle and the farms and landscape encompassing it. On the day we had our site visits, we were made very welcome and we were given a very detailed and constructive tour of the various buildings, all of which would undergo very sensitive alteration to bring them back into life for their future worthiness as part of a great new venture into the next era for the castle. A modern art gallery to house 20th century paintings and other works of art from Lady Jane Willoughby Earsby's private collection of fine art, a superb gift from her to ensure the future of the Grimsthorpe estate. Architects have meticulously adhered to the planning law, and one feels almost as though every stone, brick, window, roofs, doorways, archways, nails and screws and all that there is has been inspected in minute detail to bring to this part of South Kesteven a building which will be of excellent design, a great visitor attraction, more employment to the area, thus being a big plus for the local economy. This is a wonderful report, Miranda, and capturing every minute detail for you to peruse at your leisure, all of you. But I feel that no stone has been left unturned. We should welcome this application with open arms, and I would very much like to propose that the applications are approved subject to the conditions listed when it comes to that part of the debate. Thank you.
Thank you, Judy. Miranda, could you take the presentation down, please, and we can get back to full screen?
Yeah.
Would you mind?
I can.
Marvellous.
Okay, done it, I think.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Judy. Councillor Dilks, Phil, please.
Yeah, can I fully endorse what Councillor Judy said as the board member, closer to Grimsthorpe than I am, and I really welcome what she said. She's absolutely right. It's a fantastic opportunity. It's a fantastic opportunity for tourism in our area and culture, and for promoting the wider economy through jobs and other support, bringing visitors into this part of the world. I think the 270 place car park gives you an indication of their ambition with this one. And currently, of course, the car park, as we probably know at Grimsthorpe, is a bit ropey at the moment. So there's going to be a big improvement there. And it, you know, what this is about is, as colleagues have said, as Judy said, it's an opportunity to be showing in a very modern gallery a significant art collection which possibly has national importance. So I really do welcome it. I welcome what Mike Exton says about the the electric points possibly being in the car park, and knowing the quality of the application that we've got before us, I am sure that Grimsthorpe will wish to facilitate that. I would draw your attention to paragraph 713 at the top of page 97, that I really welcome that they've obviously looked at the design very carefully and have been eco-friendly right the way through, and the annual energy consumption of the new gallery is going to be expected to be less than a fifth of a typical gallery, good practice gallery, and at the same time they've engineered in carbon reduction measures so that the carbon use will only be 40 to 50% of that of a typical gallery. All in all, I fully support, and I'd be happy to second the proposal that Judy has made. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Phil.
Thank you, Phil. Councillor Selby, you've got question here, or is it to speak in debate, Ian?
Well, speak in debate, please, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, you'll come in later on then, because you put speak, please, as well.
Yeah.
Councillor Reid.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to firstly endorse the late papers conditions for the construction of the car park first, which makes a great deal of sense. I'd also like to take the opportunity of saying what a wonderful operation that can be for future visitors. It's not often that we're able to participate in a project like this that is fully privately funded, and it is one of great magnitude, which is really to be heralded that it's going to come forward, and a wonderful opportunity to repeat myself for visitors for many decades in the future. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Robert. Councillor Exton, Mike, please.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, that was a question to Miranda about the charging point. But
okay, I don't. Sorry, you said speak, please. Fine. Councillor Selby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, first of all, thank you very much to Miranda for the presentation and for assistance during the site visit. This building, Mr. Chairman, it dates back over 900 years. It dates back to the anarchy, apparently. Yeah, widespread breakdown and law and order, Mr. Chairman. I mean, this is going to be excellent for the local community. Jobs for tour guides. It's got a wonderful history. It really has, Mr. Chairman. Even Capability Brown designed some of the park in 1771. My question with regard to the security measures earlier, Mr. Chairman, it may not seem like a planning application question. However, you know, there's obviously implications. Some of this artwork's been in the family for hundreds of years, and the last thing we want to be doing is passing an application and then find that some thieving so-and-so's going to do an unseemly deed in the future. However, having said that, Mr. Chairman, this new art gallery may even improve security. So there's probably a benefit there. During the site visit, I actually asked about the materials for the art gallery. Obviously, having a contemporary building it needs to be in keeping with the surrounding building that we've got there with Grimsthorpe Castle. So that was the reason why I asked that question. So it's good to hear that local limestone is being used for this building. So that will certainly be in keeping. So yeah, I'm very much in favour of this application, Mr. Chairman. I have on one occasion had the pleasure of meeting Lady Jane Willoughby at Earsby, a very charming lady. However, that's not a planning issue either. But yeah, I'm pleased to support this application. Thank you.
It might be an issue somewhere, Ian. Can we move on to Jackie Smith, please? Jackie.
Yes, thank you, Bob. Yes, I've known Lady Jane for quite a long time, and we've discussed various projects over the years. And she's a very forward-thinking lady. And it's obvious that quite a lot of her input has been put into this project, and certainly talking to the people that showed us around, they were all as enthusiastic as everybody else. It will be a great attraction, I'm sure, for people coming into the area and attracting a lot of visitors. The car park, long over needed, I think. We've all probably got the odd problem with a car using some of the car parking facilities over the year. Yeah, I'm all for it, and look forward to seeing it being opened, so that more of the treasures of Grimsthorpe can be available on display. So yeah, I shall certainly be supporting it.
Thank you, Jackie. There are no more indications from members that they wish to speak. Are you ready to move to a vote? Oh, sorry, Penny Milnes. Just in time, Penny.
Sorry. No, I just wanted to endorse what Jackie has just said and everybody else. I think this would be a great contemporary and cultural asset to our district for visitors and locals alike. The car parking is absolutely essential. I think it will fit this setting beautifully, and I'm all greatly in favour. Bring it on.
Thank you, Penny, and certainly from my point of view, endorse all the good things and comments that have been made by members. Can we move to the vote, please? It has been proposed by the Vice Chairman, Councillor Judy Smith, and it was seconded by, if somebody will remind me, Harish, I think, yeah, or in fact 2 or 3 of you seconded it. Thank you. So
Chairman,
if we can...
Chairman, can we be clear that we are voting on application S200661 and then obviously take the vote for the second application?
Thank you, Mandy. Yes, so we're going to first of all vote for 4E, and if Naomi will do the roll call.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Councillor David Bellamy.
For.
Councillor Harish Bisnath Singh.
For.
Councillor Louise Clerk.
For.
Councillor John Cottier.
For.
Councillor Phil Dilks.
For.
Councillor Mike Exton.
For.
Councillor Rosemary Cabery-Brown.
For.
Councillor Penny Milnes.
For.
Councillor Robert Reid.
For.
Councillor Ian Selby.
For.
Councillor Jackie Smith. Councillor Jackie Smith.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Judy Smith.
For.
And Councillor Bob Adams.
For.
I can confirm that that proposition is carried. Thank you.
And we'll now move to the vote for agenda item 4F, please.
Mr. Chairman, are we going with the same proposer and seconder for this application as well?
Yes, I think so.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Councillor David Bellamy.
For.
Councillor Harish Bisnath Singh.
For.
Councillor Louise Clerk.
For.
Councillor John Cottier.
For.
Councillor Phil Dilks.
For.
Councillor Mike Exton.
For.
Councillor Rosemary Cabery-Brown. Councillor Cabery-Brown.
Are you there, Rosemary?
Yes, 4. Sorry.
Councillor Penny Milnes.
For.
Councillor Robert Reid.
For.
Councillor Ian Selby.
For.
Councillor Jackie Smith.
For.
Councillor Judy Smith.
For.
And Councillor Bob Adams.
For.
That proposition is also carried. Thank you.
Thank you, Naomi. We now move on to item 4G, the last item on the agenda. We do have one speaker for this, but first of all, Peter Lifford, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Joe, can you let me have rights, please? My presentation.
Bear with us half a minute, Peter,
Yeah,
please.
right.
Joe's had to nip out the room.
Peter, I've just made you a presenter, so you should be okay to go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much. So,
Thank you, Naomi.
if members can just bear with me whilst I get this up. So if you can just let me know when you've when it's appeared.
Yes, you've appeared.
All right, it hasn't on presentation hasn't done on mine. Hang on.
Oh, yes.
So you've got have you got the front holding screen? The
Yes.
Change of use from dwelling house
Okay.
C3 to...
Sorry, okay, it just hasn't appeared on my one.
Oh.
Right, so this is an application for change of use of Heath Farm on Newgate Lane in London, Thorpe, from a dwelling house to a children's residential care home. You've got the site location plan up now, or the aerial shot?
Yes, we have.
Okay, right, just to check this working. So the application site is located by the red arrow. As you can see, the proximity of the site to Grantham, the edge of Grantham, with the Alma Park Industrial Estate off to the left-hand side of the photo. This shows the large-scale version of the site plan with Heath Farm, the application site outlined in red on that plan. This shows the immediately neighbouring uses. Heath Farm, where it's outlined in the blue, the buildings marked A, B and C, so that's the application site. Just to the bottom of it, where it's D, is outside the blue line, but that's a set of stables. The buildings marked A, B and C outlined in red to the right-hand side, that is the nearest adjacent residential property to the application site. That building is it's a dwelling which is rented out to as a domestic dwelling. The building outlined in red marked D, that is a former vets which has now been converted into residential. Now the current owner of Heath Farm lives, say, in the buildings marked as A there. They're looking to lease the building to the children's care home provider, and they will then be moving to the former vets building outlined in D, say to the top right of the application site. This is a layout of the property, internal layout, showing they have a capacity for deal with 5 children. Each child has to have their own bedroom, so you've got on the upper floors you've got 4 bedrooms there. There is the facility to have a 5th bedroom if required in the family room on the right hand side, but even so it still provides suitable living accommodation, which they've got living room, sitting room, conservatory, kitchen, dining room, suitable for caring for up to a maximum of 5 children. On the parking side, where you've got the grey hatched parking areas, that's for staff to be parked, and then you've got the 2 yellow parking spaces there, which are for any visitors and callers to the property. We then go to the pictures. So this is a view from Newgate Lane, showing the application building. So it's built side on to Newgate Lane. So if you look to the left of the building, that's the actual entrance into the building. And if at the rear of the site, you can see there's the gable end with a window. That is the nearest residential property. That's the rented property that I referred to earlier. So going around the site, so that's the front elevation of the dwelling, and that's the rear, showing the conservatory and part of the rear garden. This is the elevation that is facing the property to the rented property to the rear. So once again, on the left hand side there, you've got the property to the rear, that gable end facing it, and as this shows also the photo to the right shows more of the rear garden. You can see that there is a substantial hedge and boundary fencing on that rear boundary with that adjacent rented property. This is furthermore the rear garden, showing the boundary treatment. So the other side of that is the stable block that I referred to earlier. This is a view where I'm standing by the front door, looking out on the site that's over where the car parking is proposed. You can just see there a gable end to another dwelling. So that's dwelling that's the other side of the site where the former vet site. This is just showing the parking area in and out of the site, and here are the visibility. This is looking down Newgate Lane both ways, showing visibility in and out of the site. And finally, that's the outbuildings, and it's just the other side of those outbuildings is the converted the former vet site. So the application is to change it to a children's home, looking at a total of 5 children. The main issues are the impact on the surroundings. Now, the recommendation is one of approval. It is considered that there's a small unit, no significant impact on the surroundings, no significant impact on the adjacent domestic dwellings, noise and disturbance, and also providing suitable off-road parking. We had, since the agenda has been published, we've had one additional letter in from, it was actually the owner of the can you just bear with me for a second? Apologies for that. That's the first time I've ever heard an ice cream van around here. Right, sorry. We've had one letter in from a neighbouring, the owner of the property in support of the proposal. I just want to also check that I had a number of questions in from Councillor Penny Milne. I got a response back from the applicant and sent an email out yesterday afternoon to all councillors, which they answered those questions, and there was also additional information in relation to the application. I just wanted to check that councillors had got all that. So the recommendation is for one of approval. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Peter. Particularly Penny, did you get those emails through, Penny, please? Councillor?
Yes, I did. Thank you very much, Peter. I did send a thank you email back to you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Stein, I think you are the applicant. Your opportunity to speak, please.
Yes, hello. Hi. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Greg Stein. I'm a director of Project Cllr Limited. Project Cllr was established in February 2018 and currently has 2 children's homes located in Corby, Northamptonshire. The Project Cllr motto is cultivating bright futures. Heath Farm was chosen as a potential small children's home due to its location, layout, general suitability, and with careful consideration of the policies within the South Kesteven Local Plan 2011-36. As such, the building will retain the appearance of a dwelling house, as no external changes, including in relation.
We've lost you. We lost you a bit there, Mr. Steen. If you'd go back 3 or 4 sentences. Okay, right. So Heath Farm was chosen as a potential small children's home due to its location, layout, general suitability, and with careful consideration of the policies within the South Kesteven Local Plan 2011-36. As such, the building will retain the appearance of a dwelling house as no external changes, including in relation to the existing landscaping, are proposed. Project Cllr will be creating employment by recruiting management and staff from the South Kesteven area where possible, and will look to prioritise the placement of Lincolnshire and indeed South Kesteven young people. The intention is for young people in our care to attend local schools. Although Heath Farm is in a semi-rural location, a high percentage of children's homes are located in similar and in many instances more secluded and rural areas. This home and location has been selected as young people who have experienced trauma benefit from the therapeutic environment a home like this would offer. The young people who we care for are often highly vulnerable, and placing them in more urban environments
increases the risk of exploitation, hence the decision to place him in a more rural setting. As part of our due diligence, Protea Care approached Lincolnshire Children's Services to establish whether the location and layout of Heath Farm would be suitable and satisfy their child placement needs. We received a very positive response from them, and a commissioning officer was due to visit Heath Farm on the 28th of April. However, due to COVID-19, this visit was postponed. Although located semi-rurally, Heath Farm is only just over a mile from Grantham. Young people, together with staff, will be encouraged to walk or cycle to school where possible. There is a bus stop in Chatsworth Avenue, which is 1.2 miles from Heath Farm, and the number 1 and number 1A buses travel to Grantham Town Centre. Young people will be encouraged to get involved in the garden, to plant and cultivate vegetables, and perhaps even spend time with horses that are at the stables adjacent to Heath Farm. Yes, sometimes the behaviours with young people in our care exhibit can be challenging and can impact on neighbours. However, there will be trained staff on duty at all times, and this should ensure that the disturbance is kept to a minimum. Also, in order to further minimise the disturbance to neighbours, the staff rota has been designed to have only 2 changeovers per day. This will keep car movements to a minimum, and home visitors will be infrequent, with social workers and regulation 44 visitors visiting the home once or twice a month. Protea Care strongly believes that a small residential children's home, such as that proposed for Heath Farm, will benefit not only the young people in its care, but also the community at large. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Stein. We now move to questions both to the case officer and the applicant. The first one I have is Councillor Reid to Peter Lifford, please. Robert.
Hi, yes. Part of my question was answered in the presentation of the applicant. My concern is of social inclusion. And my question to the officer is, what evaluation of social inclusion has been processed within the application before us? Because I notice that in the comments from the parish council, they have the same concern. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Robert. Peter?
Yeah, we would look at the relationship between, it's a balancing act between the needs of the children's home and its relationship with the surrounding developments and access to facilities. As Greg said, it's 1.2 miles to the nearest station, the nearest bus stop, similar distance to any nearby shops in Grantham. And so, I mean, it's to the council offices, it's 3 miles from the site, so they have good access to the facilities within Grantham.
Does that actually answer your question, Robert? Because you're asking about the process prior to the application, weren't you?
Yes. Well, I was going to speak about that in debate, actually, Chair. I suppose I'm still stuck with 1.2 miles to the nearest bus stop for children with these vulnerabilities having to get there. I mean, surely we're not going to ask them to walk to it. Well, I wouldn't have thought so. That's my concern, is it does seem somewhat still remote from social inclusion. I'm just worried about rural isolation to some degree.
No doubt you'll make those points again in the debate, Robert. Can I move on to Councillor Dilk's question to the applicant, please? Phil?
Yes. Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I have similar concerns to Robert, and I'd like to address them in the debate. I would like to thank Mr. Stein, though, for his presentation, and just seek clarity in, did I hear you right? Did you say that the children in care who would be housed in this place would be only from Lincolnshire?
No, I didn't say only from Lincolnshire. I said that it would be that our preference that we would look for placements from Lincolnshire, but there could be placements from other counties, as it's quite often it is depending on the type of children that we'd be taking in. But we would prioritise children from Lincolnshire, yes.
Yes, thank you for that.
Sorry, thank you, Phil. Councillor Milnes, Penny, please.
Yes, a question to Greg, please. Thank you for some of your full responses, but I am still a little bit concerned about this link you have with Lincolnshire County Council, and whether they do have a need to use this home. I do understand that they've not come back to us with a need, and I just wonder who you contacted, or did you contact them, or did they contact you? Did you come here to Lincolnshire because they contacted you and you know there is a need? In which case, do you have a document to prove that need?
We don't have a we don't have a document to prove that need. However, we have had discussions with a commissioning officer in particular, who has, as I said, was going to come out and have a look at Heath Farm, but unfortunately that meeting was postponed. However, she did let us know that certainly there is a need. There certainly is a need. We were told that, and that she was very keen to come and have a look at Heath Farm because she was very keen to place children there if once it was up and running. So that's the information we received.
Thank you very much for that. Do you have evidence of that?
Telephone conversations and emails to that effect, yes.
Okay, Penny, you might want to come back on that during debate. John Cottier, please. John.
Thank you, Bob. My question is, what sort of age range are we looking at? Is it juniors, or is it what range?
John, with respect, it is in the report, John. I think it's 8 to 18. I think if you look at page 137, yes, 2.2, 8 to 18.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Councillor Judy Smith. Judy.
Thank you, Bob. My question's just been answered. Thank you.
Okay. I can't see any more indication from specific questions, but I would like to myself pick up on the point that Councillor Milnes made, if I may, Mr. Steen, and that is proven need. Yes, you may. I think members are really saying, in a sense, unless they've seen the actual emails, telephone conversations can be hearsay as opposed to evidence. I mean, do you have emails that you can share with members of the committee?
They were emails to one of my colleagues sent through an email, a number of emails to the commissioner. I don't know. What I can say.
We keep losing the connection, voice connection, Mr. Steen, if you could.
Right, I was saying that the one of my colleagues has emails to this particular commissioner with responses, and also telephone calls, as I say, were made. I would need to check whether they could be shared with with the committee.
Okay. Question to applicant. No, we've dealt with all the questions in the chat box, or all the speakers in the chat. Oh, ask another question. Go on, Councillor Milnes. You just got in time again, Penny.
Obviously, last minuting today. Yes, I believe the two homes that Protea currently operate, only for the last 2 years, did have a recognised need from Northamptonshire County Council to establish the homes in Corby, and that was part of the planning process there. I'm really surprised you don't have the evidence for us today. Can you tell me, do you have a fixed contract with Northamptonshire to provide so many beds? Will you be providing room for the Northamptonshire children in this home? Would that restrict your availability for other councils? And do you have a demand forecast for the foreseeable future to see, you know, when LCC might need you, what the capacity will be, how it's all going to
Okay,
work.
Penny. Yeah, I think there's 4 or 5 questions there which I think you've covered. I'm always conscious of time. I'm sorry. Mr. Steen, can you respond to that, please?
Yes, well, in terms of Northamptonshire, you know, we have 2 homes in Corby. They are filled with children from Northamptonshire. Northamptonshire have indicated to us that they would be interested in placing children with us should we open up Heath Farm. Absolutely, they have a very large need for placing children, whether it be in county or outside county. They prefer obviously to place in county, but if they look to place outside of county, they would look at neighbouring counties, Lincolnshire being one of them. There is, I would say, well, I'd like to make a general comment. A general comment is that there is a huge need for placement of vulnerable children within the UK, just generally. Some children are placed in county for certain reasons. Others are placed outside of county for other reasons, because there are issues that or environments that they need to be away from. And therefore, we would be looking, should we be successful, in placing initially, if we could, or prioritize Lincolnshire placements. However, we would also place from outside county. There is a need, certainly throughout the UK, for vulnerable children to be placed in these homes.
Thank you for that, Mr. Steen. No doubt you might want to come back to that, Penny, in debate. Councillor Selby, Ian, another just in time.
Yeah, sorry for the late question. I hope this is a helpful question to you, Mr. Steen. Could you tell me, please, what qualifications do you and your colleagues have, please?
Okay, so my qualifications are, I'm actually I've got 2 financial degree qualifications. I come out of the financial services area. My wife, who's the other director, she also has a Bachelor of Arts degree, a Bachelor of Commerce degree, and she is the marketing director, the MD really of the company. We haven't been in the sector, although we established the company 2 years ago because we wanted to satisfy a need. We saw the opportunity to make a difference, and that's why we started Project Care. The people that run these homes for us, so the managers and the staff, are the ones with the qualifications, the care qualifications. Each home is run separately with qualified staff that have to be approved by Ofsted. My wife and I, are the directors, so we are running the business effectively with the other staff as the specialists in care.
Okay.
Thank you for that reply, Mr. Steen. That does complete in the chat box members wishing to ask questions of either the officer or the applicant. We can move into debate now, please. And if I've got this right, the first speaker in debate is Councillor Dilks. Phil, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. This is a difficult one for us, I've got to say. And we are seeing a trend, aren't we? We've had a number of similar applications to this. I deeply regret. I am not an expert on child. I have worked for the NSPCC many years ago, but I'm a parent and a grandparent. But I am not an expert on what's best for the children in care. And I've got to say that is not a planning consideration either. However, yourself, Chairman, as county councillor, and other county councillors are corporate parents to children in care, and will have that responsibility. But I think we all have a responsibility, whether or not it's a planning application, to satisfy ourselves, whilst we all recognise that there is a big need for the right places for children in care. I want to be satisfied that this is the right placement for some of the most vulnerable children in our society. And I have difficulty, but I do think in this particular application, because of what the applicant has said that we've just heard, that you've had the dialogue with the county council, I really welcome that. And I think there's an opportunity here. Whilst the social services are not a mandatory consultee in this, and I regret that, there is an opportunity, I think, for us to, and I would like to propose that we defer this application until we can have a debate or a dialogue, at least, with the social services to get the backup of what Mr. Steen is saying, get that evidence, and be satisfied ourselves that this is the right place for the right children that are going to be find themselves there. I do have a problem, as Councillor Reid has alluded to first, the fact that these places that this is not the first one that we've seen that is, with respect, I know it's on the edge of what's been described on the edge of Grantham, but it's, you know, it's actually relatively remote and over a mile from the nearest bus stop. That does give some concern to children who may have come from urban settings and might feel they've been put in some sort of prison. I know it's not a prison, and I'm not saying this is not the right place for them, but I'm not convinced that it is. And I propose
Mr. Chairman, sorry, Councillor Dilks, may I just dive in? Please, can we check Councillor Bisnorth Singh? His connection status looks like it may have changed, and just want to make sure he's still part of the meeting.
Of course, I was
here. I'm listening.
I propose that we defer. Thank you.
I am here and I'm listening.
Brilliant. Thank you, Councillor Bisnorth Singh.
Would you like to continue, Phil, please?
I was winding up and I was saying I would like to propose, I do propose, that this application is deferred for discussions with the with Lincolnshire Social Services. And I would add, Mr. Chairman, I know that you've already done some work with the social services on previous similar applications, and I pay tribute to that. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we leave that proposition on the table for a minute? I'm not going to call for a second at the minute, Phil, if that's okay with you, until we've heard a few more in the debate. Is that okay?
Of course. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, sorry. Councillor Reid. Robert, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I would like to listen to further debate like your good self, but I find myself very troubled with the social and inclusion and the rural isolation, just as we've sort of battered the ball from one side to the other with Councillor Dilks. And I would be comfortable to actually second the deferral. We have an issue, though, that LCC have not been a consultee. They not come forward as a consultee, and of course they don't have to do, because this is an Ofsted operation and not that one of a county council. So there is a technicality of difficulty as well. To be helpful to members, one of my concerns, which I've investigated further, and Councillor Dilks has touched on it, as LCC, and because it's an Ofsted situation, we are not the corporate parent, and any child that would be placed in this home there would be a cross charge for the services from the donor county. Similarly, there would be if it was an LCC child besides. The only exception to that is, of course, that there would be a demand on both health and police resources. Lincolnshire County Council would step in an emergency if a safeguarding issue arose under S47, but they'd only do it until it was safe to hand it back over to the authority. So there's a bit of the premise of the technicalities and where we are. It doesn't answer any help where social inclusion, rural isolation, the 1.2 miles to the bus stop. I just agree with Phil. I just can't quite see a child between 8, maybe in their teens, but not in the early years, actually walking to a bus stop, maybe unattended. I don't know, yeah. People that will be in this home will be children with difficulties, and we want to see, obviously, that they get love, care and attention, but those are my reasons for my mind being troubled. So I'm happy to listen to further debate, and as a second, I would reserve the right to come back in any event, if I'm correct. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. Penny, you've put in the chat box, ask another question, and then later on to speak.
Sorry, I think the ask another question has been and gone.
Yeah, is it a material question, or can you deal with it in your contribution to the debate?
Yes. I thought I'd asked it, but I'll deal with it as I speak. Yeah.
Okay, I'm just looking at the order they've come up on in the checklist. Okay, we'll move on. Thank you. So we're now to so we're done with that. It's Jackie Smith then. Please, Councillor Jackie Smith.
Yes, thank you, Bob. I'll be careful how I speak on this one, because it is based on some actual experience. A very dear friend of mine ran one of these sort of places, not quite, because she only had 3 people and 3 youngsters, and they were all under the age of about 9, and she had them for quite a substantial period. When they first came to be with her, they were in a terrible state. They were not quite the distance away from habitation that you could envisage up at London Thorpe, but that didn't matter because they were trained on how to deal with it, and to begin with there was no way that any of them would be left on their own devices to walk any distance. They would be escorted. Over the years, I saw some remarkable changes in the young people that had benefited from this sort of support. And they were then left to go out into the world in a much more prepared form. Indeed, one of them, and I'm going back now to probably about 20 years, is still in regular contact with both my friend and myself. And they have settled down wonderfully. One of them's got married and starting their own family. And you can see the good that came out of the early preparations they had in their own early life to take on a family of their own. There are not many people that will take on these sort of challenges. And I think if we find somebody that is prepared to take on these challenges and perform, I think, wonders with some of the youngsters that I've seen that have benefited. It's not in this part of the world, and I'm not going to, it is in the United Kingdom, but I'm not going to say where, because I don't want anything to go back through any means whatsoever. But I think we have got to look at this. I was also involved in a charity in this part of the world that looked after children that were suffering all sorts of problems. And again, although this was more like a go along and have a session with somebody and then go back home and mix it, but the changes over a period of time that I could see was substantial. people said to me, that sort of thing can't happen in this part of the world. It does, and we need to have something where those sort of youngsters can go and know that they're going to get proper support, and good benefit from it in the long run. So I would like to lend my support as much as possible to getting some more of these places in our area. There is a desperate need for them, and if we can do that and make sure that we have got the right sort of benefits coming out of it, then good, let's go for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Jackie. Would I be right in thinking that the instance you're quoting was more to do with fostering children as opposed to care homes?
No, they were. It was a care home in one instance, one or two of the instances.
Okay. Thank you for that. Councillor Clack, Louise, please.
Yes. I'm really, really glad that I'm following Jackie here. I thought that was just such a wonderful, wonderful addition that Jackie made there to this, and would like to kind of echo that. And actually just saying that I think sometimes I find that these debates can get quite paternalistic, and actually we kind of extrapolate to quite extreme possibilities. And I think echoing what Jackie said, but then also some of the speaking from the applications that we had previously, in terms of the children are actually these care homes will facilitate, in as far as possible, a kind of parent-child connectivity, and so they probably will be taken to either the bus stops or to the relevant venues, as they're needed. So, and as Jackie's pointed out, it's not just a case of they'll dump them in the middle of this environment and then kind of just leave them to it. There will be a gradual build-up, and as you know, somebody who's moved from a very urban existence to raise a family in a more countryside setting, I think it's fantastic. And I think, I've moved here deliberately with my husband to raise a family in an environment that has the best of both worlds. So has lovely countryside, but then has easy access to, in my case, Grantham Town Centre, with the cinema, with shopping facilities, with a really close connection to places like Nottingham and London. And so, yeah, just exactly what Jackie was saying, that we should be opening up our spaces to help these children who, through no fault of their own, so yeah, they might be difficult kids, okay, absolutely, but that's through no fault of their own. They've had really difficult starts in life, and they need some really dedicated services, some really dedicated love and compassion and help to get them to where they need to be, and to get them to where society needs them to be. And so collectively, we need to be facilitating that and smoothing that and making that as easy as possible for them. And I would really wholeheartedly ask all members to support this application. I think it's a great application in a great space, and I would really wholeheartedly want support for this application. Thank you.
Thank you, Louise. I'm sure many members, or in fact, if not all members, would share those sentiments, but concern is about the management of the situation, and the concern. I'll come to my concerns a bit later on when members have spoken. So, Councillor Milnes Penny, please.
Yes, thank you. I don't think any of us deny that maybe these companies do a good job and there's a need. But I'd like to take us back to our local plan, which under the NPPF, because this is a planning application and we've got strayed, I think, into some other territory. Our local plan, it's all about locality, defined local needs, villages and countryside, that a development meets defined local needs. On page 40 in our local plan, when we talk about specialist housing provision, LCC have only asked for adult social care. I'm sure if they needed children's homes, they would have said so. In their document, Young People's Accommodation Pathway, they actually say they develop their own in-house provision. It's more cost effective and of higher quality. They say in response to the applicant's need or talking to them that this is a commercial venture and not one that has any direct links to the local authority. Now, I'm sure if Lincolnshire County Council had a need, they'd have been really hot on telling us that they'd got this need, and we haven't had any of that. So we go back to the local plan. I think this is the most important one. Development in the open countryside, SP5, and the specialist housing provision. London Thorpe is not a sustainable place under SP2 and our spatial strategy of villages. And even in the MPPF, they go on about not being isolated. I worked out London Thorpe to Grantham. You have to walk 28 minutes, 1.5 miles to 7th Avenue. There's a bus every hour to Grantham High Street, 10 minutes. So that's, if you make it in time, that's 38 minutes and probably more. I think we've got to get back to what this is about. So it's business, it's a change of use, and it's development. And need, location, and the impact on the residential amenity and the surroundings and the character of the area is what we're supposed to be looking at today. So I haven't seen any need identified in the local plan. I haven't seen any need identified properly by the applicant. I haven't seen any need told to us by LCC. And we have got this unsustainable area. I think the whole thing is rather strange. And the applicant is a specialist business. They cater for looking after these children. They themselves are business people, they admit it. They're not contracted to LCC to serve a local need for such problem children. So basically they are outsourcing the problems of other councils into our district. Now there might be a little bit of financial help to a local school to cope with a problem child. I don't think there'll be much help for other services. And therefore, as a district, I do think we need to look very carefully as to what this impact is. And the MPPF talks about the social, economic, and can't remember the third one, I'm losing the plot here, and referring to local need and services and facilities. So to me, it just doesn't fit. We just haven't been given the right information to say that this is for our area and children going to the local schools. What happens nationally, the problem of looking after children nationally is a major problem, but we have to look at our district and our residents. So I'll just say that for now, and let's stick to planning.
Thank you, Penny. Rosemary Cabry-Brown. Rosemary? Are you there, Rosemary?
Yes, I am, and I've just listened to Penny, and she's just about said everything I was going to say. I think we were getting carried away a little bit here. Yes, we all want to provide a loving home for any children that need it. However, we're supposed to be deciding on whether this particular property is suitable. I'd like to know, for one thing, will these people be employing what they call kind of house mothers that come and go in shifts, or will they have someone permanently living there with the children? The other thing is that it is noted that if children are coming from a good way away, hopefully parents will be visiting on a regular basis. And I certainly don't think the driveway is large enough to cope with quite a few family cars arriving at a weekend. There is the difficulty of the bus, I will admit. Teenagers particularly like to go out on their own. They don't always want to be carried by somebody else in a car and dropped off. But as you say, a mile and a half or whatever is a long way to go. It's all right if they're practicing jogging, but they're not going to practice jogging in terrible weather. Also, if these children have come from the city, which it seems to be that these houses that are being purchased are all being done on a financial basis, not, I wouldn't say, particularly for the good of the children, although I'm probably upsetting people there. I would go along with a deferment, certainly to contact our own Lincolnshire County Council Children's Department and see where we go from there. I think it's very difficult to move children from, say, Manchester, Newcastle or somewhere like that into our rural area where they probably would not settle. And I agree with everything Penny has just said. Yes, we must get back to the fact that we are actually only a planning committee and we're looking at the suitability of a residence. I'm not 100% certain it is suitable, and I did say that when I went on the site visit. Thank you.
Thank you, Rosemary. William, you've indicated you wish to speak. Would you wish to come in now, or until at the end of the debate? At the end of the debate. Okay, thank you. Councillor Judy Smith. Judy, please. Vice Chairman.
Thank you, Chairman. Just to say, I would like to support Jackie Smith and Louise in what they had to say. I think we've got to have faith in some of these things. And I thought that the house, obviously I didn't go inside the house, but looking around the surrounds, I thought it was in a much better position than some of the places we've visited in the past. Thank you.
Thank you, Judy. There are no further speakers, so I'll come back to myself. Certainly Councillor Penny Milnes has said quite a little bit of what I would have said, but my major concern, and it stems from an original or an application earlier, trying to get clarity from who I consider to be the responsible area as to who takes responsibility when things go wrong. And in an ideal world, we don't expect things to go wrong. But when you've got children from another area, is it, or how does it work in terms of that county council or that placing council dealing with the problem areas? Or does it all fall upon the host county council? And I'm very disappointed with the response we've had from county. In fact, we've had no clear indication of what the process is and what where the responsibilities lie in practical terms should things go wrong. We don't want things to go wrong, but things do. So I've still not had a satisfactory answer from county, and I know the Vice Chairman of Children and Young Peoples has tried extremely hard to get clarity and get a clear steer. We still haven't reached that point yet. So I think I would reluctantly to go with a deferral. We've put it off for quite a while to try and get these answers, but I think it's worth one final attempt to see if we can get absolute clarity from county, who are the legal parenting body. They have responsibility directly for foster parents. They have direct responsibility for our own children's homes, certainly those linked to the schools. And yeah, I'm happy to support the deferral, but I don't think we can keep doing this, and we really do need clarity as to where we sit with all this. John Cottier, while I've been speaking, has indicated he wishes to speak. John?
Hi, Bob. Part of the question you asked there was which response. It's the responsibility of the placement council that is responsible if anything goes wrong.
That's what I'm told, John. But when they're umpteen miles away, all right. Northamptonshire isn't that far, but we look at Liverpool and Manchester and Birmingham, etc. You know, that's a little bit of a different ball game, and there ought to be clarity as to what the process is, and
well,
I haven't seen it yet.
Having a child who's actually in adult services in respite, it is always the responsibility of the placement council.
Okay, well,
that's what I'm told by the people who run the homes.
Yeah. It'd be very helpful if the county would actually say that and not prevaricate. Thank you for your help, John.
That's no problem.
Excuse me, Chairman. Penny Milnes has requested to speak again, also.
Yes, sorry, Bob. It was in response to what you've just said. We did have a reply from LCC which said that the local authority in which a private children's home is located has no accountability or responsibility for it.
Okay, well, at least you've got that clear information.
Yes, it came through from the case officer in an email yesterday, and it's all to do with registering with Ofsted, but the local authority, LCC, if it's a private children's home, they have absolutely no input at all. And I repeat what I said. They say this is a commercial venture and not one that has any direct links to the local authority. So I think that is quite clear that it's a private and commercial venture.
Thank you, Penny. I probably had that email and misreading it with the masses of other papers that have come through, but thank you for that clarity. Response, John Cottier? You need to mute yourself, John, please.
Sorry, I understand where Penny's coming from with that response, but I've always been told by the homes that we've been dealing with ourselves that it's the responsibility of the placement council. So if
I think that was the point Penny was making, John, to be honest.
But the home itself is not covered under any regulation. It's the placement of the child within the home is covered.
Okay. Thank you for that.
Clarity.
Thank you. Can I move back to Harris, please?
Sorry, I was just going to clarify that this...
Penny, can we leave it there? Harris has been waiting patiently to come in.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I followed the debate quite closely so far. I agree with everything been said, especially what Jackie said and Louis Clark and Judy Smith with that. You see, these children are vulnerable children with mental illness or mental dysfunctionality. Now, there are so many different variety of these mental dysfunctions. I was here in reading through the notes. It doesn't say what is the type, which is the area that they specialize in, or would they take in children with ADHD, for example, or children with anxiety and mild depressions, or there are so many different side of it. So the thing I also saw what Penny said, that Lincolnshire County Council does not take any responsibility for anything because it's always passed on to the referring county or referring authority for anything that does happen. But I am torn between planning, which Penny made very good point with the planning, with are we establishing needs? Do we have needs for provide for our own people within Lincolnshire? Yes, I would like to have that if Lincolnshire County Council say we have got a need for it, even though we live in a very rural sort of area. But my biggest concern is because I've seen quite a lot having talking to young juvenile, especially in a caring fashion as a counsellor. They come from an urban setting into a rural area, and that sometimes tend to exacerbate the dysfunctionality in here. Now, I would very much like to know, okay, I would like to have these things. Yeah, at least we have got a cradle, a place, a safe place for these children to be cared for, or to be done, to be pointed, to be made, come into the right direction, to think clearly, as Jackie quite clearly submitted. If you give the care and the belief system there, that they can believe in themselves to go forward. I would, I'm really a bit in between a hard place. One is the planning decisions, is it, and the other one is providing a care for vulnerable people. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Harish. Councillor Dilks has asked to come in again, as Rosemary Cabery-Brown has. I want to avoid us going round in circles, so I think we probably need to draw this to a conclusion fairly shortly.
I will be brief, Chairman.
Yeah, I'm just, I think, Phil, looking at this again, I think Councillor Clack-Louise, clarify, please.
Yeah, sorry, just to say that I think again, maybe because we're speaking so at length, which is lovely, but Harish, it was clear from the applicant's presentation that it would be coming, that the children would be coming from certainly within Lincolnshire, if not SK itself. And so I think we've had a lot of talk about coming from Manchester and the Moon and where have you, but I think it was very clear that that there would be a preference for children based in SK. And again, I think I think the difficulty is when it seems to be the kind of positives, we sometimes don't think enough about what the so what might possibly be, whereas when it comes to the negatives, we seem to extrapolate to the nth degree in terms of, we've already got these kids, carted off to the police stations and kind of locked up and what have you. And, again, that might not necessarily be the case, but insofar as that is the case, then, my kids can be a pain. And
okay, Louise, we are repeating. Could you?
What I'm saying is, my kids, they've had to use the NHS, they've had to use whatever. So what I'm saying is, these, insofar as what we're saying may come to fruition, then for goodness sake, these are kids that need help, and they're just like any other kids. Let's just give them a chance to be and a space to be in. And come on, let's just get this done. Thank you.
Thank you, Louise. Now I'm going to lose track of where I am right now. Can you help me, please, Debbie?
I think it's me, Chairman.
We've got Councillor Dilks there.
Thank you, Phil. Councillor Dilks.
Yeah, I think we're all on the same page here. We all have the interests of the children at heart. And yes, I know Penny's absolutely right. I thought Penny, said let's get back to planning. I absolutely agree. But the applicant here has said that the county has welcomed his application and that they will use the place. We haven't actually had the evidence of that, and that's the, I think that's the problem. And if I have the evidence for that, I would be much happier on this application. At the moment, I can't support the application. And I just think that by deferring it, it's an opportunity to get it right, that we all want to get it right. And it's an opportunity to get the clarity that we've sought in previous applications. And as I say, not just for this application, but for future other ones that I'm sure are going to be coming up. And it's absolutely right to be cautious in these circumstances when we're talking about children's lives. And that's why I just think we should defer, and there'll be nothing lost. Yes, it will lose a month, but I think we should do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Phil. Most members have spoken. Excuse me, that obviously wish to speak. I'm going to ask for a seconder to Phil's motion at this stage.
I had done that, or intimated to Chair, and the right to reply as well, please.
Sorry, Robert. Yes, I'd forgotten that. Can I just ask Rosemary Cabery-Brown has asked to speak again? I'll take Rosemary and then go to your reserving of the right to speak, and then I think we need to go to a vote. Rosemary?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I know that we need houses to put for these children to go in, and I think they need a good home to go to, and they need to be wanted. But whichever way we look at it, on this particular application, we are not dealing with Lincolnshire County Council as such. And we can't say that the children will come from SKDC. This is a financial proposition, really. The people that are purchasing the house are purchasing the house with a view to it being a children's care home, and quite rightly, they are running a business. Now, if we think that house is suitable, then we pass it. If we've got any hesitation whatsoever, I think if we can go to a deferral and somebody can contact Head of Children's Services, which I think is Councillor Bradwell at Lincoln, we could then find out exactly how urgent it is. And I still say there are houses that are better situated than this one, probably. But, children, it depends on their age group, depends on whether they are going to need to be escorted to bus stops or not. But a nice home environment is what everybody would like. But at the moment, we're not deciding that. We're deciding on whether this house is suitable, and regardless of who's going to go in it. And as I said, I would like to think it was going to be run more as a foster home than just a children's home for children to be coming and going. That's my opinion, and I think I will definitely go for the deferral.
Thank you, Rosemary. Robert, Will Richards asked to speak quite some time. Would you wish Will to come in now or after you've spoken?
Yes, I would, because it might endorse what I want to say in summing up.
Thank you, Robert. Will?
Thanks, Chairman. Just a few points, really, to emphasise the need to concentrate on material planning considerations. I think that is essential when looking at this and all applications. And in terms of the location of the site, yes, it is an open countryside, but it is an existing building. It's not new development. It's a change of...
Sorry, Will, I'm having considerable difficulty in understanding what you're saying. There's a lot of interference and a lot of echo. I don't know why it should be that.
I have no idea. I placed the speaker where you suggested I put it this morning. Is that better? Is that better?
That's a lot better. Thank you very much, Debbie.
Last time I put it nearer my nose, you could hear me breathing, and I think that frightened the cat.
Far away. Thank you.
I'm sorry about that. But just to recap, this is just a short comment and a piece of advice, really, that I think in determining any application, you should concentrate on the material planning considerations. This is, members have said this is an open countryside, and SP 5 comes into place, but this is not a new building, it's an existing building. It's a building, detached property, two-storey house, large garden, and car parking for up to 8 cars. So in terms of need, that is an issue that members have raised, and in fact you're going to seek the comments of LCC. However, I'm mindful of the fact that LCC have been consulted, and given that it is a private project and not something undertaken under their auspices, they have chosen not to comment on this application. It's an application, it's a property, it's an establishment that would be managed, as you rightly say, by Ofsted. So looking at the deferral, that is entirely a matter for members, of course, but in terms of the issues you've got to look at the key material planning considerations. Highways, there hasn't been an objection on highways. Impact on the countryside or on the character of the area. It's an existing building. There's no external changes proposed, and there's no impact on law and order, and that's in the report. So in terms of the discussion, I understand members' concerns, and you know, there has been discussion about the management of the home and how would it be managed, and the location, is it appropriate? But these type of homes, as the applicant has pointed out, is ideal for youngsters, troubled youngsters with a difficult background who've come from urban areas. And similarly, when we look at the location of houses, we don't really ask the question, where are the prospective purchasers coming from? Are they from an urban area? Although that is an understandable or reasonable question, but it isn't a planning matter necessarily. And also, the question of funding has been raised, and necessarily that isn't a planning consideration. And we've heard that the placement council would be funding it, and there would be some demand on local policing and some other local facilities. So I thought I'd just mention that to you, because obviously if you do defer it, you'll be asking the same question of the social services, and unless they've had a change of mind, they might come back and say exactly what they've said already, that they have no comments to make. In terms of demand, I mean, it is a business. That isn't a reason necessarily to not support it, same as one wouldn't refuse, say, a private hospital. It's the use we're looking at here in terms of land use planning. So if a private investor, it is a business, if they're prepared to invest in this facility, then clearly they've identified a need, otherwise it wouldn't be viable. But that may depend on bringing residents from outside the area, and that is something perhaps you want to clarify, whether that would be sufficient reason to not support this. But I somehow doubt whether that would be, personally. Thanks.
Thank you for that, Will. Robert? Councillor Reid, Robert?
Thank you, Bob, Mr. Chairman. I would like to refer to point 8 in the report, control and monitoring, and to what Penny said. It's our duty to stick to planning, and to some extent some of Will's dialogue. 8.1, the operation of a children's home is controlled and monitored by Ofsted, not by the district or the county council. We are not going to get the county council to make any further judgment on this. They're just not going to do it. It's not their remit. We can try, but that's where we will be. The devil in the deep blue sea, of course, is the fact that a new home can't be registered with Ofsted unless it gets planning permission. So we understand why the application's before us on planning terms. 8.2, the national minimum standards of children's homes on which Ofsted bases its inspections state that children's homes should be located in safe places. The inspection should assess where a children's home's location and design promotes children's health, safety and well-being, and avoid such factors, and this is where I dwell, avoid such factors as excessive isolation and the areas that present significant risks to children. Now, in debate, I've listened to substantiating love, and I agree with it, but loneliness is isolation, and I would recommend referral and support Phil Dilks's request on the basis that we ask for referral to substantiate the location. Is it isolated or is it not in these circumstances? Because it is still 1.2 miles away from a bus stop, we're not too sure what provision or assistance is going to be given to children or not. And I'm still troubled with the location of this particular home. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Robert. So if we defer it on those grounds, Robert, where are we going to get some sort of clarity on whether it is an excessive isolation and that location presents significant risks? I don't know that we've got anywhere we can go to apart from our own judgment. Robert, do you want to enlarge on that?
Well, I would have asked in a deferral for the applicant to prove and to convince us and fill us with some confidence that it's not excessive isolation, and I would listen to that reasoning. Beyond that, they're probably on our behalf is possibly nothing further. And if I was pushed to it, I would claim that this particular location is an excess of acceptable isolation for these children that need love, inclusion, and caring for.
Okay, Penny, you've said you want to speak on sustainability, which is a new area.
Well, it's not new, is it? We are looking to have sustainable communities. So we need facilities, we need transport, we need, for things like this, possibly community support. London Thorpe is in the open countryside. This site is in the open countryside, which of course leads to this isolation. There are no facilities, very difficult to get into Grantham on your own. We don't seem to have found an identified local need. I'm sure it would have come forward if there really was one. And looking at our local plan, you know, we keep going on about the specialised needs of rural communities meeting their defined local needs. So when you look at the Leeds guidance on the change of use, so whilst it is an existing building, this is actually development because it is a change of use. They're talking about residential areas being the best place for children's homes, where there are things going on around them. There's already houses around and facilities, not remote countryside locations. And what's concerning me, and a question I'd like to check up on, is why is this district, we've had several applications very similar to this now, and we probably will get more. Why is it so appealing to these businesses locating and operating from outside our area to move into these rural locations like this, rather than, say, a residential area and facilities and schools and access to therapists and all the things that these children possibly need?
Okay, Penny, I think we're sort of going back on points we've raised in the past or other people have, etc. And I really think we need to move this forward. We've been discussing this one for nearly 2 hours, would you believe? And I'm getting the feeling from a number of members that this should be a refusal as opposed to a deferral. I don't know whether there's any support for that.
Well, I would have gone that far, Bob, but I was supporting Phil for deferral first, and then if it couldn't have come back with any more substantiation of on isolation, then I was going to go down the route that Penny was to do with the local plan, and whether it be SP2 or SP5 as reasons for refusal. If we go down the refusal route, as we all know, that is what we're minded to do with the application today, and we've got 5 days on the preparation thereof.
Okay, well,
Bob, can I just say something, please?
Well, I've got to be careful. I don't want to be going round in circles, please. Rosemary, you've had 3.
No, it's Jackie speaking.
Oh, sorry, Jackie. I beg your pardon. Sounded like Rosemary. Yep, fire away. Very quickly, please.
Yeah, I would like to have a deferral because I think that we've looked at places, some have been too far away. It's a mile to the bus. Let's be sensible. We're talking about probably troubled children.
We are talking about troubled children.
Or adults, or people that need something, whatever they're trying to provide here. We'll never find the ideal. These people are setting up to provide a service that they have found is needing. And I think we don't ask this of other people when they come with a planning application. Why are we treating this one differently? I think it should be deferred. If we want to go and find out some other alternatives where it is already working, let's do it. We've done that once or twice and we've still come back and found some other reason not to accept it. I think we really need to start thinking carefully. And what are we here for? We're here for planning. We don't ask other people, well, you can't put a big machine like that in there, or you can't have a factory doing that there because it's too far away from this, that or the other. We let them get on with their business.
Thank you, Jackie. I'm now going to draw this to a close. No, I'm going to draw this to a close. We've got
Not spoken yet, Mr. Chairman. May I have a quick word, please?
Sorry, Ian, you do this every time. We've gone to it. I've said we've drawn it to a close and we're going to a vote, and that is what we're going to do. So there's a proposition on the table from Councillor Dilks. It's been seconded by Councillor Reid that we defer it for further information. Now I'm going to move that forward and I'm going to take a vote on that, please. So Naomi, if you could do the roll call, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Councillor David Bellamy.
For.
Councillor Harish Bisnath Singh.
For.
Councillor Louise Clack.
Against.
Councillor John Cottier.
Against.
Councillor Phil Dilks.
For.
Councillor Mike Exton.
Against.
Councillor Rosemary Cabery-Brown. Councillor Cabery-Brown.
Are you there, Rosemary? Rosemary, are you still with us?
Councillor Cabery-Brown, I've just unmuted your microphone, so you should be able to cast your vote.
Rosemary, can you hear us?
Yes, I can now. Yes, I'm for the deferment.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Penny Milnes.
For.
Councillor Robert Reid.
For.
Councillor Ian Selby.
Against the deferment.
Thank you. Councillor Jackie Smith.
For.
Councillor Judy Smith.
Against.
And Councillor Bob Adams.
For.
Thank you. I can confirm. Just bear with me a second, please, and I'll just definitely confirm the. Okay, I can confirm that the proposition is carried. Thank you.
Thank you, members. That completes all the items on the agenda. I'd be grateful if you could all just hang back for 5-10 minutes while we have a quick chat between ourselves. Thank you. And Joe will take the officers out of the meeting.
It's Rosemary here.
Rosemary.
Can somebody find out how regularly the buses go down there? Because
Rosemary, we've had the debate, we've had the vote.